Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I first noticed something was wrong when my coffee mug wasn't where I'd left it. Not a big deal, right? That's what I told myself. I live alone in my 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of a decent building in Boston. No pets, no roommates, no cleaning service. Just me. So when I found my blue ceramic mug on the kitchen counter instead of in the sink where I'd left it the night before, I figured I must have moved it without remembering. But then things kept happening. Small things. A drawer in my bedroom slightly open when I knew I'd closed it. My keys on the coffee table instead of the hook by the door. The dining room chair pulled out 2 inches from the table. Each time I brushed it off. Stress from work, lack of sleep, whatever. I had reasonable explanations. Until the morning I found my laptop closed when I distinctly remembered leaving it open to download updates overnight. That's when the cold feeling hit my stomach. I checked the door. Locked, deadbolt secure. Windows, all locked. No signs of forced entry. But something was off. I'm not the paranoid type. I work in software development. I deal with facts, with code that either works or doesn't. There's no middle ground, so I approach this logically. First step, verify if something was actually happening or if I was losing my mind. I bought a small security camera on Amazon. Nothing fancy, just a basic wireless model that connects to your phone. I set it up in the living room, angled to catch most of the apartment's common area and the hallway leading to the bedrooms. The camera had night vision, motion detection, and saved footage to the cloud. I figured I'd either catch something or prove to myself I was being ridiculous. The first 2 nights nothing happened. The footage showed an empty apartment, occasional headlights from passing cars creating moving shadows on the walls. Normal stuff. I started to feel stupid for even buying the camera. Then came night 3. I woke up to a notification on my phone. The camera had detected motion at 3:17 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the app. The footage was clear, thanks to the infrared. I watched as a figure, human-shaped, tall, walked slowly from the direction of my front door into the living room. They moved with purpose, like they knew the layout, like they'd been there before. The person wore dark clothes and what looked like gloves. I couldn't make out their face. They kept their head down, and the angle wasn't right. They went to my desk first, opened the top drawer and looked through it for about 30 seconds. Then they moved to the bookshelf, ran their fingers along the spines of my books. My throat went dry as I watched. The timestamp showed this happened just 4 hours ago, while I was asleep in my bedroom less than 40 feet away. But the worst part came next. The figure walked down the hallway, straight toward my bedroom. They stopped at my partially open door and just stood there. For 6 minutes and 23 seconds, they stood perfectly still, watching me sleep. I could see their shadow on the hallway wall, unmoving. Then they turned and walked back through the apartment, checking a few more drawers before leaving through the front door. I re-watched the footage 4 times, my heart pounding harder with each viewing. The person had a key. They didn't pick the lock or break in. They used a key to enter and exit my apartment. I called in sick to work and spent the morning going through the footage from previous nights. The camera only stored 7 days of recordings. I found 3 more incidents. Same pattern, always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Always the same methodical movement through my apartment. Always that long stop at my bedroom door. The police weren't much help. I showed them the footage, but without clear facial identification and no signs of theft, they said there wasn't much they could do. They suggested changing my locks and filing a report. The apartment management was equally useless. They claimed only maintenance had spare keys, and those were kept in a locked box. They changed my locks anyway, gave me new keys and promised to look into it. I bought more cameras. 5 of them, 1 in every room except the bathroom. I installed motion sensor lights and door chimes. I added a door chain and an extra deadbolt. I needed to know if they came back, needed to catch their face. For a week, nothing happened. I barely slept, checking the camera feeds every hour. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I jumped at every sound. My coworkers noticed something was wrong, but I brushed off their concerns. How do you tell people that someone's been watching you sleep? Then last night, my phone buzzed. 3:22 a.m. Motion detected in the living room. I grabbed my phone, hands trembling so bad I could barely enter my passcode. They were back. Same dark clothes, same careful movements. The new locks hadn't stopped them. I watched in real time as they moved through my apartment. This time, I had multiple angles. When they reached the kitchen, one of the cameras caught their face as they looked up at a cabinet. Male, probably in his 40s. Thin face, graying hair at the temples. I didn't recognize him. He went through his routine. Desk drawer, bookshelf. But this time, when he reached my bedroom door, something changed. He opened it wider than I'd left it. My breath caught in my throat as I watched him enter my bedroom. Except I wasn't in my bed. I was sitting in my closet, heart threatening to burst from my chest, watching through my phone as he approached my carefully arranged pillows under the blanket. He stood over the bed for nearly a minute before he realized it was empty. His head snapped up. Through the bedroom camera, I saw his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were wide, searching the room. He knew something was wrong. Then he smiled. Not a cruel smile, but something almost gentle. Understanding. He walked to my closet door and stopped. I could hear his breathing through the wood. My phone showed his face in perfect detail as he reached for the handle. I gripped the baseball bat in my sweating hands and held my breath. The handle turned. The door began to open. "I was wondering when you'd stay awake for me," he said softly. I swung the bat as hard as I could. What happened next exists in my memory as disconnected fragments. The crack of the bat against his skull. His body hitting my bedroom floor. Blood on my carpet. My trembling fingers misdialing 911 twice before getting it right. Red and blue lights through my bedroom window. Police officers securing the scene. Paramedics declaring him dead at 3:47 a.m. The investigation revealed he was a former maintenance worker who'd been fired 6 months ago. He'd made copies of several apartment keys before leaving. The police found similar footage on phones and laptops in his apartment, other tenants, other buildings. He'd been doing this for years, walking through people's homes, watching them sleep, living in these stolen moments of false intimacy. They found journals too, detailed accounts of his nights, of the lives he observed. He knew our routines, our habits, what books we read, what shows we watched. He felt connected to us, wrote about us like we were characters in his private story. I moved out the next day. I couldn't stand to be in that apartment knowing how many nights he'd watched me sleep, knowing his blood was soaked into my carpet. I'm staying at a hotel while I look for a new place. I've barely slept. Every sound makes me jump. The police say I won't face any charges. Clear case of self-defense. They're investigating how many other apartments he had access to, how many other people he watched. They asked me to make a statement, but I didn't have much to add. The cameras told most of the story. Last night in my hotel room, I woke up at 3:17 a.m., force of habit, I guess. I checked my phone, even though I knew there weren't any cameras to trigger alerts anymore. As I lay there in the dark, I realized something. He'd said, "I was wondering when you'd stay awake for me." Present tense, like he'd been waiting for it. Like that moment in my closet was the natural conclusion to our strange, one-sided relationship. I've started looking at apartments in other cities, maybe somewhere on the first floor, with lots of windows and good visibility. Somewhere I can see anyone approaching. I'll still have cameras, of course, multiple angles, infrared capability, cloud storage. But I won't have any maintenance workers, won't have any spare keys floating around. The detective handling the case called yesterday. They found more journals going back almost a decade. Hundreds of people, hundreds of lives he'd invaded. She asked if I wanted to know what he'd written about me. I said no. I don't want to know what he saw on all those nights. Don't want to know what details of my life he collected. Some questions are better left unanswered. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself wondering how long he watched me before I noticed that first coffee mug out of place. How many nights did he stand in my doorway while I slept, completely unaware? How many other people are out there right now, sleeping peacefully in their beds, while someone stands in their doorway, watching, waiting, collecting moments of their lives? I keep the bat next to my hotel bed. The cameras are always recording, and I don't sleep with my door open anymore. Not even a crack. They still haven't found all the keys he made. I shouldn't have stopped at that motel. The sign said vacancy in red neon, and I was dead tired from driving 16 hours straight. I just wanted to sleep. Now I'm sitting in my car, hands shaking on the steering wheel, trying to put distance between me and whatever happened in room 115. I need to write this down while it's fresh. People need to know. It started around 6 p.m. yesterday. I was driving back to Chicago from a business meeting in Tennessee. My eyes kept closing on the highway, and after my car drifted onto the rumble strip for the third time, I knew I had to stop. The Pine Grove Motel sat just off exit 237 in southern Indiana. The parking lot had only 3 other cars. Paint peeled from the wooden walls and half the exterior lights were burnt out. The office smelled like stale cigarettes. An old man sat behind the counter watching Wheel of Fortune on a tiny TV. His name tag said, Earl. "Need a room," I said, pulling out my wallet. Earl didn't look away from his show. "Single or double?" "Single's fine. 55 cash. Checkout's at 11. He slid me a key attached to a plastic tag marked 115. My room was at the far end of the building. The door stuck when I tried to open it, and I had to lean into it with my shoulder. Inside, a queen bed with a faded blue comforter took up most of the space. The carpet had dark stains near the bathroom door. A small TV sat on a particle board dresser, and a single window looked out at the empty field behind the motel. I dropped my overnight bag and collapsed onto the bed without bothering to change. The springs creaked under my weight. Pat Sajak's voice drifted through the thin walls from the neighboring room. I closed my eyes, ready to pass out. That's when I heard the first knock. 3 quick taps, so light I almost missed them. I opened my eyes but didn't move. Probably someone at the wrong door. The knocking came again, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. "Wrong room," I called out. Silence for a few seconds. Then the doorknob started to turn, making a metallic scratching sound. My heart jumped into my throat. I sat up, staring at the brass handle as it slowly rotated back and forth. The door was locked. I'd made sure of that when I came in, plus the deadbolt and security chain. But watching that knob turn made my skin crawl. "Hey!" I shouted. "The door's locked. You've got the wrong room." The turning stopped. Footsteps moved away from the door, growing fainter until they disappeared. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Just some drunk person trying random doors. I laid back down, but my heart was still racing. 10 minutes passed. I started to drift off again. Bang! The whole door shook in its frame. I jerked upright, adrenaline flooding my system. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was throwing their full weight against the door. The chain rattled with each impact. The walls trembled. I jumped off the bed and backed away until I hit the far wall. "I'm calling the cops," I yelled, pulling out my phone. No signal. Not even one bar. The pounding stopped as suddenly as it started. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own ragged breathing. The overhead light began to flicker, dim, bright, dim, bright. The TV, which had been showing a rerun of Friends, crackled with static. The picture dissolved into snow, then blackness. Words appeared on the screen in white text. "I will get in my legs" went weak. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. The bathroom light started flickering too. The temperature in the room dropped at least 20 degrees. I could see my breath coming out in white puffs. More pounding on the door, but different this time. Not someone trying to break in, but a rhythm. Knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. Like someone asking to be invited in. The TV changed again. Let me in. No, I whispered. This isn't real. The knocking got faster, more insistent. The light strobed like a disco. The room spun around me. A voice spoke from the TV, distorted and crackling. You can't keep me out forever. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voice got louder. I'm already inside. The bathroom door slammed shut, then opened, slammed, opened over and over, faster and faster. The main door shuddered in its frame. The chain pulled taut. The deadbolt started to turn on its own. I grabbed my phone and car keys and ran for the door. As I reached for the handle, everything stopped. The lights steadied. The TV went dark. The temperature returned to normal. Silence. My hand hovered inches from the doorknob. Sweat ran down my back. Something scratched at the door from the outside. Soft at first, then harder, like animal claws on wood. A whisper came through the crack. Open the door. I stumbled backward. The voice wasn't coming through the TV anymore. Someone, something, was right outside. Open the door, David. I hadn't told anyone at the motel my name. The scratching moved up the door, then across the wall. I tracked the sound as it circled the room, moving through the drywall like there was nothing there. It reached the corner above the TV and stopped. I looked up. The ceiling was bulging downward, wallpaper stretching and cracking. Something was pressing against it from above. A dark stain spread across the ceiling, water or something worse dripping onto the carpet. The bulge grew larger, straining against the plaster. The TV turned on by itself. The screen showed a static-filled image of the room, my room, from an impossible angle looking down from the ceiling. I could see myself on the screen, pale and terrified, staring up at the camera, except there was no camera. The ceiling creaked. A seam split open, plaster dust raining down. Something reached through the crack. A hand, but wrong. Too long, too many joints, fingers bent backward. The TV spoke again, but this time in my voice. You can't keep me out forever. I ran. I didn't bother unlocking the door. I hit it with my shoulder, breaking the chain clean off. I sprinted across the parking lot to my car, fumbling with the keys. Behind me, the lights in room 115 went crazy, strobing like a lighthouse. The TV flickered through the window. I caught a glimpse of words on the screen before I got my car door open. See you soon. I peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying from my tires. In my rearview mirror, I saw a figure standing in the doorway of room 115. It raised one impossibly long arm and waved. That was 4 hours ago. I've been driving north ever since, staying on main roads with plenty of traffic. The sun's coming up now. Things feel almost normal in the daylight, but my phone keeps glitching. Random texts appear and disappear. The screen flickers sometimes, just for a second. And a few minutes ago, a message popped up from an unknown number. Thanks for letting me in. I don't know what followed me out of that motel. I don't know what it wants. But I know it's not finished with me. The GPS says I'm still 3 hours from Chicago. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the steering wheel. Every time I check the rearview mirror, I expect to see those long fingers reaching for the back of my neck. The sun is fully up now. Traffic is picking up. Other cars surround me. People heading to work or school like it's any normal Tuesday. None of them know what's out there. None of them know what's coming. My phone buzzes. Another message. Almost there. I press the accelerator harder, but I know it won't matter. Whatever was in room 115 is with me now. Maybe it always was. The radio turns on by itself. Through the static, I hear my own voice laughing. The first time I saw him, I thought nothing of it. That was my mistake. It was 11:43 p.m. on a Tuesday in March. I remember checking my phone repeatedly, cursing the late bus. The stop on Henderson Street was always deserted at that hour. Just a metal bench under a flickering streetlight surrounded by closed storefronts and empty sidewalks. The temperature had dropped to 40 degrees, and my thin jacket wasn't doing much against the wind. I was scrolling through emails when movement caught my eye. A man stood about 30 feet away near the darkened entrance of Pete's liquor store. He wore a black coat that reached his knees. His hands were in his pockets. He faced the brick wall, completely still. My thumb froze mid-scroll. Something about his stillness made my skin prickle. Normal people don't stand motionless in the cold, staring at walls. I looked back at my phone, but kept him in my peripheral vision. After 2 minutes, he hadn't moved an inch. The bus's headlights finally appeared in the distance. I stood up, shifting my weight from foot to foot. The man remained frozen. As the bus pulled up with a hiss of brakes, I glanced over again. He had turned his head slightly, just enough that I could see the side of his face in the dim light. His skin was pale, almost gray. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, unblinking. I hurried onto the bus, swiped my card, and picked a seat near the middle. Through the window, I could see him still standing there as we pulled away. My heart was beating faster than it should have been. I told myself I was being paranoid. Cities are full of weird people. I'd probably never see him again. I was wrong. 3 days later, I got home from work around 6 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across my front yard. I lived in a small house on a quiet residential street, the kind of neighborhood where everyone had lived there for decades and knew each other's business. As I walked up my cracked concrete path, keys in hand, something made me look across the street. He was there. Same black coat, same rigid posture, standing perfectly still on the sidewalk, staring directly at my house, at my window. My stomach dropped. I fumbled with my keys, got inside, and locked the door. My hands were shaking. I went straight to the window and peeked through the blinds. He hadn't moved. Just standing there, head tilted slightly up, eyes fixed on my second-floor bedroom window. I grabbed my phone and called the police. While it rang, I kept watching him. He didn't shift position once, didn't check his phone, didn't even seem to blink. The dispatcher answered and I reported a suspicious person. She said they'd send a car to check it out. 15 minutes later, blue and red lights flashed as a patrol car rolled down my street. The man was gone. The officers knocked on my door, and I described what I'd seen. They nodded, took notes, but I could tell they weren't too concerned. Just another paranoid resident reporting a suspicious person. They told me to call again if I saw him. That night, I double-checked all my locks before bed. I live alone, and suddenly my house felt too big, too empty. Too many windows, too many dark corners. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound that seemed out of place. Around 2 a.m., a floorboard creaked somewhere downstairs. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. Just the house settling, I told myself. Old houses make noise. The next morning I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was still locked, no signs of tampering. I went to work, but couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to that pale, expressionless face. Those unblinking eyes. Over the next week I saw him 4 more times. Always at a distance, always completely still. Once outside my office building during lunch. Once at the grocery store parking lot as I loaded bags into my car. Twice more outside my house, but on different streets, partially hidden behind trees or parked cars. Each time I called the police. Each time he vanished before they arrived. I started taking different routes to work, varying my schedule, looking over my shoulder constantly. I installed security cameras and motion sensor lights around my house. I bought pepper spray and kept it in my pocket. My coworkers noticed the dark circles under my eyes, asked if I was sleeping okay. I made excuses about insomnia. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to a notification on my phone. Motion detected, backdoor camera. I opened the app with trembling fingers. The infrared camera showed a figure standing in my backyard, face tilted up toward my bedroom window. That same black coat, that same unnatural stillness. I called 911 immediately. speaking in whispers even though he was outside. While I waited for police, I watched him through the camera feed. He didn't move, didn't look around, just stared up at my window. Suddenly the feed went black. Connection lost. My breath caught in my throat. I heard a sound from downstairs, like something sliding across hardwood floor. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I grabbed my pepper spray and phone, then quietly moved to my bedroom doorway. The footsteps were coming up the stairs now. Step, pause, step, pause. The wood creaking under each careful footfall. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. Sweat ran down my back. The pepper spray shook in my grip. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. A long pause. Then they started moving down the hallway toward my room. I pressed myself against the wall beside my door, trying to control my breathing. The footsteps got closer. Closer. They stopped right outside my room. I could hear soft breathing on the other side of the door. The doorknob slowly began to turn. I raised the pepper spray, adrenaline surging through my body. The door creaked open, letting in a sliver of darkness from the hallway. A pale hand gripped the edge of the door. The moment I saw his face appear in the doorway, I sprayed. He recoiled with an inhuman shriek, not of pain, but of rage. It was a sound no human throat should be able to make. I shoved past him and ran for the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, nearly falling in my panic. Behind me, those methodical footsteps resumed their pace. Step, pause, step, pause. No rushing, no hurry. Like he knew he'd catch me eventually. I reached my front door just as red and blue lights began flashing through the windows. I yanked it open and ran outside in my pajamas, barefoot on the cold concrete. 2 police cars were pulling up, officers already getting out with weapons drawn. They found no one in my house, no signs of forced entry. The back door was still locked, the security camera still functioning normally. But in my bedroom, they found wet footprints on the hardwood floor. Not from shoes, they were bare feet, much larger than human-sized with too many toes. I stayed in a hotel that night. The next day, I started packing. I'd lived in that house for 6 years, but I couldn't stay there another night. I took a week off work and found a small apartment across town. I didn't tell anyone my new address. For 2 months, things were quiet. No more sightings. No more footsteps in the night. I started to relax, to convince myself it was over. Then yesterday I was waiting for the bus after working late. The stop was deserted, it was cold. I was checking my phone. Movement caught my eye. He stood 30 feet away, near a darkened storefront. Black coat, hands in pockets, facing the wall. I ran. I didn't wait for the bus, didn't call the police, didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs shook. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath in front of a 24-hour diner, he was standing across the street. Watching. I write this now from another hotel room. My laptop screen casts a pale glow in the darkness. I've got the chair wedged under the doorknob for whatever good that will do. The curtains are closed, but I keep imagining I can see a shadow standing outside my 3rd-floor window. I don't know what he wants. I don't know why he chose me. I don't know if he's human or something else wearing human shape. All I know is that he's patient. He doesn't need to sleep. He doesn't need to eat. He can wait forever. And he's watching me right now. I can feel his eyes on me as I type this. The hair on the back of my neck is standing up. My hands are shaking on the keyboard. There's a soft sound coming from the hallway outside my room. Step, pause. Step, pause. It's him. I know it's him. The footsteps are getting closer. The doorknob is starting to turn. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Not at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. The parking garage was my personal concrete cave at this hour, had been for the past 3 years of late shifts at Morton & Associates. Until tonight. The footsteps started when I was on the 3rd level. At first I thought it was just my dress shoes on the concrete, the usual echo bouncing off the low ceiling. But then I stopped walking. The steps continued. I stood there, briefcase growing heavy in my right hand, listening. The sound came from somewhere behind me. The click of hard soles against concrete, steady and deliberate. My heart rate picked up. I turned around slowly, scanning the rows of empty parking spots and concrete pillars. Nothing moved in the harsh fluorescent lighting. The footsteps had stopped too. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded smaller than I intended, swallowed by the vast empty space. No response. I started walking again, faster now, trying to keep my footsteps quiet. The parking spot was just ahead, my black Honda Civic sitting alone in the corner where I always parked it, away from the other daytime cars that had long since gone home. The footsteps behind me started again. Closer this time. I broke into a jog, no longer caring about the noise. My keys jangled in my coat pocket as I ran. The sound of my pursuer's footsteps quickened to match my pace. 20 feet from my car, I yanked the keys out, thumb finding the unlock button. The car's lights flashed and I heard the locks click open. 15 feet. 10 feet. The footsteps were right behind me now. I reached the driver's side door and grabbed the handle, yanking it open. As I threw myself inside, movement caught my eye. A dark figure emerged from behind a concrete pillar on the passenger side, stepping into the fluorescent light. It was a man. Tall and thin, wearing a long black coat that hung open. His face was pale, almost gray in the harsh lighting. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They were fixed on me through the windshield, unblinking and intense. I slammed the door shut and jabbed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, but I couldn't take my eyes off him. He stood perfectly still, hands hanging at his sides, just watching. My fingers fumbled with the gear shift, finally finding reverse. As I started to back out, he took a step toward the car. Then another. His movement was smooth, almost gliding. I hit the gas harder than I meant to. The tires squealed as the car shot backward. In my rearview mirror, I saw another figure standing behind the car. My foot slammed on the brake. The car jerked to a stop. The second figure was identical to the first. Same height, same coat, same pale face. It started walking toward my back bumper. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I shifted into drive and turned the wheel hard, aiming for the exit ramp. The first figure was still coming toward me, matching my car's movement. The second one was closing in from behind. I gunned the engine. The car leaped forward, tires screeching. I aimed for the gap between the first figure and a concrete pillar. He didn't move, didn't try to dodge. At the last second, I swerved around him, missing him by inches. The exit ramp spiraled down ahead of me. I took the turns too fast, the tires squealing in protest. In my rearview mirror, I could see both figures standing at the top of the ramp, watching my descent. Level 2, Level 1. The security gate was up ahead, the striped arm raised for exit. I didn't slow down. The car burst out onto the street and I turned right, then left, then right again, taking random turns until I was sure I wasn't being followed. 10 minutes later, I pulled into a gas station, breathing hard. My shirt was soaked with sweat under my suit jacket. I sat there under the bright lights, watching other cars go by on the street, trying to make sense of what had happened. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out with trembling fingers. A text message from an unknown number. "See you tomorrow night." I stared at the screen, my mouth dry. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m., the exact time I'd first heard the footsteps. That was 3 weeks ago. I quit my job the next day, made up some excuse about a family emergency, found a new position across town with regular daytime hours. I've been taking different routes home, varying my schedule, parking in well-lit public lots. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear footsteps behind me. And when I check my phone, it's always 11:47 p.m. I haven't seen the figures again. Not yet. But I know they're out there waiting. And sooner or later, they'll find me. Because here's the thing I haven't told anyone. Every night at 11:47 p.m., no matter where I am or what I'm doing, my phone buzzes with a new message from that unknown number. Always the same 5 words. "We're getting closer. See you." I've changed my number 3 times, bought a new phone, switched carriers. It doesn't matter. The messages keep coming. Last night I was in my apartment, all the lights on, doors locked, windows checked twice. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I almost didn't look at it. But I had to know. The message was different this time. Look behind you. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I sat there staring at my phone screen, listening. And then I heard it. The soft click of dress shoes on hardwood floor, coming from somewhere in my apartment. The footsteps are getting closer now. They're in the hallway outside my bedroom. I'm sitting at my desk, writing this down as fast as I can because people need to know what happened to me. The doorknob is turning slowly. They're here. The fluorescent sign of Jerry's all-night diner buzzed against the darkness of Highway 43. I needed coffee. My eyes hurt from 12 straight hours of driving, and the cheap energy drinks weren't cutting it anymore. I pulled my Honda Civic into the gravel lot, the headlights sweeping across 3 other vehicles, a semi-truck, a beat-up Chevy pickup, and a black sedan I couldn't identify in the dark. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in. The smell of burnt coffee and grease hit me immediately. A tired-looking waitress wiped down the counter, and an old man hunched over a newspaper in the corner booth. Behind the kitchen window, I could hear the sizzle of something on the grill and the clinking of plates. I slid onto a red vinyl stool at the counter, my joints stiff from sitting too long. The waitress, her name tag said Linda, shuffled over with a coffee pot. "Rough night?" she asked, already pouring without waiting for my answer. "Long drive," I said, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. "Still got about 4 hours to go." The bell jingled again. I didn't turn around, focused on adding sugar to my coffee, but I felt someone sit down 2 stools away from me. From my peripheral vision, I saw it was a man in a dark jacket. "Hey there," the man said, his voice oddly cheerful for 1 a.m. "Heading north on 43? I glanced at him, noting his clean-shaved face and neat hair. He looked too put together for this hour, like he'd just stepped out of an office instead of a long drive. "Yeah," I answered, turning back to my coffee. "Must have left Nashville around noon then, right? That construction on I-24 was brutal today." My hand froze halfway to my mouth. I hadn't mentioned Nashville, or I-24. "The backup near exit 47 took forever," he continued, still cheerful. "Good thing you found that alternate route through the suburbs. That saved you at least an hour." I set my mug down slowly. I had taken a detour through the suburbs to avoid traffic. The ceramic made a small clicking sound against the counter. "Do I know you?" I asked, finally turning to face him directly. He smiled. His teeth were very white. "No, but I saw you at the Shell station in Lebanon. You got that chicken sandwich for lunch, the one with pickles." My stomach clenched. I had stopped at a Shell station in Lebanon 6 hours ago. I did get a chicken sandwich with pickles. "That's quite a memory," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh, I noticed details." He drummed his fingers on the counter. They were long and pale. "Like how you called your wife at the rest stop near Bowling Green, the one with the broken vending machine. You told her you'd be home by morning." My heart started pounding. I hadn't seen anyone following me. I'd been checking my mirrors regularly, an old habit from when I used to drive late nights in bad neighborhoods. "Look, I don't know what you're playing at," I started. "And that gas station in Portland with the flickering lights," he cut in, still smiling. "The attendant was asleep. You had to knock 3 times to wake him up. You bought a Red Bull and those peanut butter crackers, the orange package, not the yellow one." I stood up so quickly my stool scraped against the floor. Linda looked up from the register, but the man waved at her reassuringly. "Just catching up with an old friend," he said. She went back to counting bills. "I'm leaving," I said, pulling a 10 from my wallet and dropping it on the counter. My hands were shaking. "Drive safe," he said. "It's dark out there. Lots of deer on this stretch. Would hate for anything to happen before you make it home." I walked to the door as quickly as I could without running. The bell jingled too loudly. The cold air hit me like a slap when I stepped outside. My car was where I'd left it, but somehow it looked different in the dim lot lights. More isolated. I fumbled with my keys, dropping them once before getting the door open. Inside, I locked all the doors and started the engine. The dashboard clock read 1:17 a.m. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. I looked back at the diner windows. The man stood at the counter, facing my car. He raised his hand in a friendly wave. And then he smiled again, wider this time. Even through the glass and the distance, I could see his eyes clearly. They were completely black. Not just the iris. The entire visible part of both eyes was dark as oil. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel. The Honda fishtailed slightly as I turned onto the highway, but I kept my foot heavy on the gas. In my rearview mirror, I could still see him standing at the window, waving. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. The speedometer crept past 80, then 90. I didn't care about speed traps. I just needed distance. After 10 minutes of driving, my phone buzzed on the passenger seat. Unknown number. I let it ring. A text message notification popped up. Against my better judgment, I glanced at it at the next curve. You forgot your receipt, and you really should have tried the pie. Linda makes it fresh every day. I threw the phone into the back seat. My hands were shaking so badly I had to slow down to keep control of the car. Another text came through. I heard the buzz, then another, and another. Each buzz made me flinch. The messages kept coming one after another, like someone typing rapidly. The next curve revealed a rest area ahead. I pulled in, tires screeching. I needed to turn off my phone. Maybe call the police, though I didn't know what I'd tell them. As I reached for the phone in the back seat, headlights swept across my car. A black sedan pulled into the space next to me. I didn't wait to see who got out. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of the rest area, heart in my throat. The sedan's headlights appeared in my rearview mirror within seconds. The highway stretched empty ahead of me, a black ribbon under my headlights. The sedan stayed exactly 3 car lengths behind, matching my speed perfectly when I slowed down or sped up. My gas gauge showed half a tank. I could drive for another few hours without stopping, but eventually, I'd need fuel. The thought made my stomach turn. A green highway sign appeared. Next services, 47 miles. The sedan's headlights remained steady in my mirror, not getting closer, not falling behind. Just there. My phone started buzzing again. A constant stream of notifications now, like a swarm of electronic insects in the back seat. A semi-truck appeared ahead, moving slowly up a hill. I'd have to pass it. The sedan's headlights seemed to brighten in anticipation. I pressed the gas, moving into the left lane. The semi was doing maybe 50 mph. I accelerated to 75, drawing even with its cab. The sedan matched my speed exactly, staying those same 3 car lengths behind. As I started to pull ahead of the semi, my radio turned on by itself. Static at first, then a voice through the white noise. The pie really was excellent today. Peach, your favorite. I jerked the wheel, nearly sideswiping the semi. The truck's horn blasted as I swerved back into my lane. The radio continued, the voice clear despite the static. You should have at least tried it. Linda will be so disappointed. I punched the radio's power button. Nothing happened. I hit it again, harder. It's rude to ignore people, the voice said, especially when they're just trying to be friendly. I yanked the volume knob off completely. The voice continued at the same level. Like that nice lady at the Shell station. The one who helped you find the chicken sandwiches. You barely said thank you. My hands were numb on the wheel. The sedan's headlights hadn't moved from their position. Or that sleeping attendant in Portland. You didn't even ask how his night was going. Just knocked and knocked until he woke up. I was breathing in short gasps now. The edge of my vision was starting to go dark. But we can talk now, the voice said cheerfully. We have plenty of time. At least 4 more hours, right? That's what you told Linda. Another sign appeared. Next service is 42 miles. The voice hummed tunelessly for a moment. You know what else is interesting about that gas station in Portland? The security cameras weren't working, haven't been for months. The owner keeps meaning to fix them, but, well, you know how these things go. My phone started buzzing again in the back seat, but differently now, a pattern. 3 short buzzes, 3 long, 3 short. Over and over. That's Morse code, the voice said helpfully. Do you know what it means? No? It's saying SOS. Funny, isn't it? Usually people send that when they need help. But sometimes they send it when it's already too late. The semi was far behind us now. No other cars in sight. Just my headlights on the empty road, and the black sedan's lights in my mirror, unwavering. Did you know there are exactly 17 curves between here and the next gas station? The voice asked. I counted them earlier. Would you like me to point out each one as we come to it? This first one coming up is particularly sharp. You'll want to slow down. I didn't slow down. The Honda's tires squealed as we entered the curve, the car swaying dangerously. That's one, the voice said. 16 more to go. Unless you'd like to stop and chat sooner. There's a nice spot coming up. Very quiet. No cameras there either. The sedan's headlights swung with mine through the curve, maintaining that exact same distance. My gas gauge had dropped below half now. The warning light would come on in another hour. Maybe less if I kept this speed. You know what's funny? The voice continued. About an hour ahead, there's another all-night diner. Better coffee than Jerry's, if you ask me. And their pie. It made a satisfied sound. Well, you really should try it. We could stop there together. The phone's buzzing changed pattern. No longer Morse code. Now it was buzzing in time with my heartbeat. 2, the voice said as we swept through another curve. 15 to go. You're taking these turns very well, considering how tired you must be. All that driving, all those energy drinks, it can't be good for you. I glanced at the speedometer. 95 metronk. The Honda shuddered slightly at this speed, the steering wheel vibrating under my hands. 3, the voice counted as we hit the next curve. You know I'm starting to worry about you. Your heart is beating awfully fast, and your hands, they must be cramping, gripping the wheel so tight. Why don't we pull over and rest for a minute? The sedan's headlights remained steady. 3 car lengths no matter what. 4, the voice said. Lucky number 4. Did you know 4 is considered unlucky in some cultures? Something about the word for 4 sounding like the word for death. Interesting, isn't it? My phone started playing a ringtone now, a children's song I didn't recognize. The melody was slightly off-key, distorted. 5, the voice counted. This next part of the highway is my favorite. No streetlights for miles, just darkness and stars. And us, of course. The Honda's engine was whining now, pushed beyond its comfort zone. The steering wheel shook harder. 6, the voice said. You're doing so well, but you must be getting tired. All that adrenaline, it can't last forever. The gas gauge needle was dropping faster now. The warning light would come on soon. 7, the voice counted. Not even halfway there. To the curves, I mean. The gas station, that's another story. Did I mention the pumps are broken? Such a shame. They really should fix things more quickly out here. The children's song on my phone got louder, the distortion more pronounced. I could almost make out words in it now, but I didn't want to. 8, the voice said. You know what's wonderful about this stretch of road? No cell service. Hasn't been any for the last 20 minutes. Didn't you notice your wife's calls stopped coming through? I hadn't tried calling my wife. I hadn't called anyone. 9, the voice continued. Almost to the good part. There's a lovely view coming up. You can see all the way down into the valley. Well, usually you can. It's quite dark tonight. The gas warning light came on with a soft ding. 10, the voice counted. Getting low on fuel, aren't you? Don't worry. I know a shortcut. The sedan's headlights seemed closer now, though I knew they weren't. Still exactly 3 car lengths back. 11, the voice said. Did you check your trunk before you left Nashville? You really should always check your trunk, never know what might find its way in there. My hands were beyond numb now. I couldn't feel the steering wheel at all. 12, the voice counted. Almost time for a decision. The highway splits in 3 miles. Left fork goes to the gas station. Right fork, well, let's just say it's more private. The children's song reached a crescendo, the words finally becoming clear. Ring around the rosy. 13, the voice said. Unlucky 13. You're not superstitious, are you? No, of course not. Rational man like you. You don't believe in things that go bump in the night. The Honda's engine made a warning sound, a high-pitched whine I'd never heard before. 14, the voice counted. Can you feel it? The way the air changes just before something happens? Like the moment before a storm breaks. The fork in the highway appeared ahead, the signs too far to read. 15, the voice said. Decision time coming up. Left or right? Gas station or privacy? The signs became clear. Gas food, left, and scenic route, right. 16, the voice counted. Just one more curve after this. Then we'll see what kind of driver you really are. The fork was only a quarter mile ahead now. The sedan's headlights burned in my mirror. 17, the voice said softly. Last chance. What's it going to be? I yanked the wheel left, tires screaming. The Honda fishtailed, nearly spinning out. The sedan's headlights disappeared. For one moment, I thought it was over. Then my radio crackled. Wrong choice, the voice said. The sedan's headlights appeared directly in front of me, coming the wrong way down the highway. I swerved hard, too hard. The Honda left the road at 90 miles per hour. There was a moment of weightlessness, then impact. When I opened my eyes, I was upside down, still strapped into my seat. The engine ticked as it cooled. Something warm ran down my face. Footsteps crunched on broken glass outside. A door opened with a creak. I told you you should have tried the pie, the voice said, much closer now. I turned my head slowly, pain shooting down my neck. The man from the diner crouched beside my window, smiling that same wide smile. His black eyes reflected nothing. No stars, no emergency lights, no humanity. Now, he said, reaching through the broken window with those long, pale fingers. About that shortcut I mentioned. The children's song played one last time, clearer than ever. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. My hand was shaking when I finally managed to get the key into the ignition. I kept telling myself I was being stupid, that there had to be a logical explanation, but my racing heart wouldn't listen. I needed to write this down while it's still fresh, while I can still feel the cold sweat on my neck. What happened tonight on that stretch of Highway 16 doesn't make any sense, but I know what I saw. It started around 11:30 p.m. I was driving back from a business meeting in Portland, running on nothing but gas station coffee and trail mix. The roads were empty except for the occasional truck, and my GPS showed another 2 hours until home. The fuel gauge was hovering just above empty. Stupid of me not to fill up earlier, when I spotted a sign for a gas station at the next exit. The exit ramp curved through dense trees before opening onto a 2-lane road. No streetlights, just the yellow glow of my headlights catching the reflectors. The gas station sat alone at a crossroads, one of those older places with manual pumps and a small convenience store. A single fluorescent light buzzed over the entrance, drawing moths. I pulled up to the nearest pump. The night air hit me with a blast of cold when I stepped out. The station's sign cast weak light across the cracked concrete, and somewhere in the darkness, crickets were chirping. That's when I noticed the other car. It was parked on the far side of the lot, half hidden in shadow. One of those big old Buicks from the 70s, dark blue or maybe black. The windows were completely fogged up from the inside. I figured someone was probably sleeping it off in there, though something about it made my skin prickle. The pump clicked as I filled my tank, the numbers spinning slower than at modern stations. I kept glancing at that Buick but couldn't see any movement inside. The window of the convenience store showed a bored-looking clerk reading something on his phone. When I finished pumping, I did what any normal person would do. Walked inside to pay. The bell above the door jangled too loud in the quiet. The clerk barely looked up as he rang me up. I bought another coffee, even though I didn't need it. Walking back to my car, movement caught my eye. There was someone standing behind the station, just visible at the corner of the building. A tall figure, too far in the shadows to make out clearly. They were completely still, facing my direction. I picked up my pace, fumbling with my keys. As I got in my car, I looked in my side mirror. The figure had moved closer to the edge of the building, still watching. I started the engine and pulled out onto the road faster than I should have, gravel crunching under my tires. The first 5 minutes were fine. Empty road stretching ahead, trees pressing in on both sides. I kept checking my mirrors but saw nothing except darkness. I was starting to relax, to feel stupid about getting spooked, when headlights appeared behind me. Old-style headlights, yellowed and dim. The car was far back, but I recognized the shape, the Buick from the gas station. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Could be coincidence, I told myself. Same direction, that's all. The Buick maintained its distance for the next few miles. Not gaining, not falling back. Just there. I increased my speed to 70, then 75. The Buick matched it. When I slowed down, it slowed down. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. No signal. Of course not out here. I was trying to remember how far it was to the next town when the Buick's high beams flashed on, flooding my car with harsh light. I flinched, my car swerving slightly before I corrected. The road curved ahead and I took it faster than I should have. The Buick was closer now, close enough that I could see its grille in my mirror. My palms were sweating on the steering wheel. Another curve coming up. I accelerated into it, tires squealing. The Buick's engine roared as it gained on me. I could see someone in the driver's seat now, just a dark shape. But what made my blood run cold was the passenger side. Empty. The windows were still completely fogged up, except now I could see handprints pressed against the inside of the glass. I blew past a speed limit sign doing 90. The engine whined in protest as I pushed it harder. The Buick stuck to my tail, matching every move. When I swerved into the opposite lane to pass a slower car, it followed. 10 minutes of this. 15. My hands were cramping from gripping the wheel. Every time I checked the mirror, the Buick was there, sometimes falling back a little, sometimes surging forward until it was almost touching my bumper. The handprints on the windows seemed to multiply, sliding across the glass. I nearly missed the sign for the upcoming rest area. It was one of those older ones, just a gravel lot with a few picnic tables and a bathroom building. But more importantly, I could see a state police cruiser parked there, its roof lights casting blue reflections. I yanked the wheel hard, barely making the turnoff. Gravel sprayed as I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop next to the police car. I looked back at the highway just in time to see the Buick roar past, its engine echoing through the trees. No brake lights, no hesitation. The cop was understandably startled when I burst out of my car, babbling about being followed. He was professional about it, took my statement, even drove behind me for the next 20 miles. We never saw the Buick again. I made it home eventually, kept all the lights on, double-checked the locks. Sleep wasn't happening, so I sat down to write this while I could still remember every detail. Because here's the thing. I looked up that stretch of highway this morning. 3 unsolved disappearances in the past 2 years, all late at night. And the descriptions from witnesses? A dark-colored Buick, older model, windows fogged up. Following people who stopped at that same gas station. I've driven that route dozens of times for work. Never again. I'll take the long way around, stick to the interstate. Because I keep thinking about those handprints on the windows, pressing outward. And I can't shake the feeling that whoever, or whatever, was driving that Buick wasn't the one I needed to be afraid of. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't found that rest stop. Don't want to know. But I do know this. If you're driving late at night and see an old Buick with fogged up windows, don't stop. Don't slow down. Just drive. There's one more thing, something I didn't tell the cop because it sounds crazy. When I was paying inside the gas station, I glanced at the security monitor behind the counter, the screen showing the pump where the Buick was parked. The car was there, but there was no driver. No one had gotten out since it arrived. The windows were clear. I've replayed that night in my head 100 times, the figure watching from behind the building, the handprints appearing on the windows, the way the Buick seemed to know exactly where I was going to turn, like it was anticipating my moves. Some questions don't have answers you want to hear. I've stopped looking up those disappearances, stopped reading about that stretch of highway. The less I know, the better I sleep. But I keep my tank full now. Don't drive at night if I can help it. And every time I pass a gas station after dark, my eyes drift to the parked cars checking for fogged-up windows. I wrote this down because people need to know, need to be warned. That gas station is still out there. That Buick is still out there. And whatever's inside it, it's waiting. Maybe you'll read this and think I'm crazy. That's fine. I probably would have thought the same thing 2 weeks ago. But if you're ever driving late at night, low on gas, and see a sign for a station just off the highway, check your fuel gauge again. You might have more left than you think. Enough to make it to the next town, the next well-lit place with people and traffic and safety. Because once you pull into that station, once you catch the attention of what's waiting there, the road home gets a lot longer, and you might not make it back at all. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. But every word is true. And somewhere out there, right now, that Buick is idling in a dark parking lot, windows fogged up, waiting for someone else who's running low on gas. Someone who doesn't know any better. Someone who will stop, just like I did. So consider yourself warned. And if you ever find yourself being followed by an old car with foggy windows, pray for a rest stop. Pray for a police car. Pray for daylight. Just don't look too closely at those handprints on the glass. Don't think too hard about what might be trying to get out. The sun's coming up now. The story's told. But I can't shake the feeling that by writing this down, I've drawn attention to myself again. That somewhere, that Buick's engine is turning over, its headlights cutting through the early morning fog. I keep telling myself it's over, that I got away. But every time I get in my car, every time I check my mirrors, part of me is waiting to see those yellowed headlights appear behind me, and I know deep down that our paths will cross again. Until then, I'll keep writing, keep warning people, because that's all I can do now. Try to save others from making the same mistake I did, from pulling into that gas station, from looking too long at that Buick, from discovering what happens when those handprints finally break through the glass. Stay safe out there. Keep your tank full. And if you see an old Buick following you, don't stop running, not for anything, because whatever's inside, it never stops hunting. My phone showed 11:47 p.m. when I first noticed him. The fluorescent lights of Jefferson Station buzzed overhead, making everything look washed out and artificial. Only 3 other people waited on my platform, a woman in scrubs probably heading home from her hospital shift and an elderly couple huddled together on a bench. I was exhausted after working late at the office again, barely able to keep my eyes open. That's when movement across the tracks caught my attention. A man stood perfectly still on the opposite platform, staring directly at me. At first I thought I was imagining things in my tired state. But no. His gaze was locked onto me with an unsettling intensity. He wore dark clothes that hung loosely on his thin frame. A baseball cap pulled low obscured most of his face, but I could feel his eyes boring into me. My skin prickled. I shifted my weight and looked down at my phone, pretending to be absorbed in something important. When I glanced back up, he hadn't moved an inch. The station's overhead speaker crackled. Northbound train approaching. The rumble of the approaching train vibrated through the platform. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, deliberately not looking across the tracks. The train screeched to a stop, and I boarded the second car, choosing a seat near the middle doors. As passengers shuffled on, I pulled out my phone again, hunching over it. The doors chimed their warning. Just before they closed, heavy footsteps entered my car. I didn't need to look up to know it was him. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as he walked past my row. In my peripheral vision, I saw him take a seat 2 rows behind me on the opposite side. My heart rate picked up. I told myself I was being paranoid. Plenty of people take late trains. Just because someone got on the same car doesn't mean anything. But my instincts screamed that something was wrong. The train lurched forward, gathering speed as it left the station. Through the window's reflection, I could see him watching me. Not glancing occasionally like a normal passenger might, but staring unblinkingly. His face remained shadowed under his cap. I pulled up my work email, going through the motions of looking busy while my mind raced. 4 more stops until mine. The train wasn't crowded, but there were enough people that I felt relatively safe. The woman in scrubs sat at the far end of the car. A group of young guys who looked like college students were near the front, laughing about something. An older man dozed in a seat near the doors. At the next stop, I decided to move cars. If the guy followed me, I'd know for sure this wasn't a coincidence. I gathered my laptop bag and stood as the train slowed. As soon as the doors opened, I strode purposefully into the next car forward. My hands trembled slightly as I chose a new seat. 10 seconds passed. 15. Maybe I had been paranoid after all. Then the connecting door between cars opened. He stepped through, eyes immediately finding me. This time he sat directly across the aisle, 1 row ahead. My mouth went dry. The car was nearly empty except for us. 2 more stops. I could feel sweat beating on my forehead despite the car's air conditioning. His presence felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. I pulled out my phone again, this time opening my messages. I started typing to my roommate, Mark. On the train. Guy following me between cars, getting off at Central. Can you meet me at station? I hit send, then remembered Mark was visiting his parents this weekend. The guy shifted in his seat. I forced myself not to look directly at him, but I could see his hands in my peripheral vision. Long, pale fingers drummed steadily on his knee. His nails were bitten down to the quick. 1 more stop. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to make a decision. Getting off at my usual station meant a 3-block walk down poorly lit streets to my apartment. The next stop after that was Central Station, brightly lit, usually staffed with security, and right next to a 24-hour diner where I could wait things out if needed. The train slowed for my regular stop. I stayed seated, gripping the strap of my laptop bag. The guy's fingers stopped drumming. The doors opened and closed. No one got on or off. As the train accelerated again, he stood up. My muscles tensed, ready to bolt, but he just moved to the seat directly behind me. I could hear his breathing now, slightly ragged, uneven. A faint smell reached me like unwashed clothes and something metallic. The fluorescent lights flickered, plunging the car into darkness for a split second. When they came back on, I felt something brush against the back of my neck. I jerked forward, heart nearly stopping. Had he touched me? Or was it just my imagination? The train began to brake for Central Station. I stood up, moving to stand by the doors. He rose too, positioning himself by the opposite doors. Through the window, I could see the platform was empty except for a janitor pushing a cleaning cart. The doors opened with a hiss. I stepped out, forcing myself to walk at a normal pace. His footsteps echoed behind me. The janitor had disappeared around a corner. My footsteps quickened involuntarily. The station's main concourse was ahead, just 50 more feet. 30, 20. I heard him getting closer. 10 feet from the concourse entrance, I broke into a run. My dress shoes slapped against the tile floor as I sprinted past closed shops and darkened kiosks. His faster footsteps pursued me. I rounded a corner, nearly colliding with a trash can. The security office was on the opposite side of the concourse. If I could just make it there. Something hit me from behind, sending me sprawling. My laptop bag went sliding across the floor. Before I could scramble up, hands grabbed my shoulders, flipping me onto my back. The guy straddled me, pinning my arms with his knees. Up close, I could finally see his face clearly under the cap. It was like looking in a mirror. Same nose, same jaw, same eyes, exactly like mine. But his face was gaunt, almost skeletal, with dark circles under the eyes and skin that looked like it hadn't seen sunlight in months. His cracked lips pulled back in a grin, revealing yellowed teeth. "Finally caught up to you," he said in a voice that was a rough approximation of my own. "Do you know how long I've been looking? How many stations I've waited in? How many trains I've ridden?" His fingers dug into my shoulders. "But I knew I'd find you eventually. The one who got all the luck, all the success, all the life that should have been mine." I tried to buck him off, but he was surprisingly strong. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" He leaned closer, his breath hot on my face. "Don't you remember? The hospital mix-up. 2 babies so similar they could have been twins. One went home with the wealthy family, grew up with every advantage. The other..." His grip tightened painfully. "The other went to foster care, bounced around the system, never quite finding his place. But I figured it out eventually. Found the records. Found you." "You're crazy," I gasped. "That's impossible." "Is it? Look at me. Really look. We could have been twins. Should have been twins. But they gave you my life." He reached into his pocket, pulling out something that glinted in the harsh station lighting. "Well, tonight I'm taking it back." The blade pressed against my throat. I felt a warm trickle of blood. In desperation, I slammed my head forward, catching him in the nose. He reared back with a howl. I twisted, managing to free one arm. My elbow caught him in the ribs. We rolled, grappling on the cold floor. The knife skittered away. I got on top of him, landing 2 solid punches before he bucked me off. We both scrambled to our feet. Blood streamed from his nose, staining his shirt. His eyes blazed with hatred. "Security!" I screamed, my voice echoing off the station walls. "Someone help." He lunged for the knife. I kicked it, sending it spinning under a bench. He turned back to me with a snarl, reaching into his other pocket. This time he pulled out a syringe. "Doesn't matter if you yell," he said, advancing slowly. "Security's on their coffee break. Night janitor's gone home. It's just you and me, the way it should be." I backed away, looking frantically for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My back hit a wall. He smiled, raising the syringe. "Don't worry, this won't hurt much. And when they find you, it'll look like just another overdose. Sad story. Successful businessman falls into drug use, dies alone in a train station. Meanwhile, I'll step into your life. Already got your ID, your keys, your address. Been watching long enough to know your routine, your mannerisms. Who's going to notice the difference?" The syringe jabbed toward my neck. I dropped and rolled, feeling it whistle past my ear. Before he could recover, I tackled him around the waist. We crashed into a trash can, sending it clattering across the floor. The syringe flew from his hand. He headbutted me, catching me in the mouth. I tasted blood. His hands found my throat, squeezing. Spots danced in my vision. In desperation, I drove my knee up into his groin. His grip loosened enough for me to break free. I stumbled back, gasping for air. He was already getting up, murder in his eyes. My gaze landed on my laptop bag, still lying where it had fallen. I dove for it just as he charged. The bag swung in a wide arc, catching him in the side of the head with the corner. There was a sickening crack. He went down hard, head bouncing off the tile floor. He didn't get up. I stood there panting, bag still clutched in my shaking hands. Blood pooled slowly around his head. His eyes stared sightlessly at the ceiling, all the hatred and rage gone from them now. In death, the resemblance between us was even more striking. Footsteps echoed from the concourse. 2 security guards rounded the corner, probably finally back from their break. They took in the scene, the blood, the knife under the bench, the syringe on the floor, the body. "Jesus Christ," one of them said, reaching for his radio. "What happened here?" I looked down at my doppelganger's corpse, at the face so like my own. "He tried to take my life," I said. He failed. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements, paramedics checking my injuries, detectives asking endless questions. They found ID on him, multiple sets, including perfect copies of my own. His fingerprints were in the system from various petty crimes. The story came out eventually. He'd been born the same day as me, in the same hospital. But there had never been any mix-up. We weren't twins or even related, just a random genetic coincidence that had driven an unstable man to obsession. They found his apartment, full of photos of me, detailed notes about my schedule, practice sessions of mimicking my voice and mannerisms. He'd been planning this for months, maybe years. When they finally let me go home, dawn was breaking. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a window. Split lip, bruised throat, haunted eyes. For a moment I thought I saw him again, standing behind me with that skeletal grin. But it was just a trick of the light. I don't take the train anymore. Started driving to work, even though parking downtown costs a fortune. Sometimes at night, I still check the shadows, half expecting to see him watching me. Still feel phantom fingers brushing the back of my neck. But mostly I think about how thin the line is between the life you have and the life someone else might want to take from you. How a random twist of genetics can create two people who look identical but walk very different paths. And how in the end, we're all just trying to hold on to whatever life we've managed to build for ourselves. The doctors say my hand tremors will fade eventually. The nightmares too. But I know some things don't fade. Some things stay with you like a shadow you can never quite shake. Like the memory of a face exactly like your own, twisted with hatred, determined to steal your life away. I survived. He didn't. That's what I tell myself when I wake up gasping at 3 a.m., sheets soaked with sweat. That's what I repeat when I catch myself checking every reflection, every shadow, every face in a crowd that looks even vaguely familiar. I survived. But sometimes in my darkest moments I wonder, if our positions had been reversed, if he had been the one with the good life and I the one consumed by envy and rage, would I have become him? Would I have stalked through empty stations, rode endless trains, planned methodically to steal another man's life? I'll never know the answer. And maybe that's for the best. Some questions are better left in the shadows, like the memories of that night, like the ghost of the man who wore my face, like the last train home that I'll never take again. The first time I saw it was 3 weeks after moving to the Henderson farm. Just a dark shape standing motionless between the corn rows at 2 a.m. I blinked and it was gone. That's when everything started going wrong. I bought this place cheap after Jim Henderson died without heirs. The realtor said the price was low because it needed work, but mostly because it sat isolated, 15 miles from the nearest neighbor down dirt roads that turned to mud in the rain. Perfect for me. After 20 years of traffic and sirens in Chicago, I wanted quiet. The farmhouse was solid enough, 2 stories of weathered wood with a wraparound porch. The previous owner had let the crops go wild, but the equipment in the barn still worked. I spent that first month fixing leaks, clearing fields, and learning how to run a tractor. During the days, I felt good about my decision to start over. But at night, alone with just the wind and creaking floors, doubts crept in. I kept the shotgun by my bed. Out here, help was too far away to count on anyone else. The cops would take 45 minutes minimum to arrive. I hadn't fired a gun since basic training, but YouTube tutorials helped me remember the basics. Better to have it and not need it. That first sighting shook me more than I wanted to admit. I was up late reading when movement caught my eye through the kitchen window. There it stood, a human shape too dark to make out details, completely still among the stalks. My hand trembled as I grabbed the shotgun and flicked on the floodlights. Empty fields greeted me. I searched the property but found nothing. Just owl calls and rustling leaves. I told myself it was exhaustion playing tricks. I'd been working long hours getting the place in shape, but I started double-checking the locks, added new deadbolts, installed motion sensor lights around the perimeter. Basic precautions, I reasoned. Anyone living this remote would do the same. A week passed. Then I saw it again, closer to the house. This time I was sure. A tall figure, unnaturally still, standing at the edge of the newly planted wheat field. I grabbed the gun and ran outside. Nothing there. But the soil showed signs of recent footprints, too degraded to make out clearly. I barely slept that night. The rational part of my brain said it must be local teens playing pranks on the new guy, or maybe poachers using my land. But why just stand there? Why disappear without a trace? The sightings continued. Every few nights, that dark shape would appear somewhere on my property, sometimes by the barn, sometimes near the old well, sometimes right at the edge of the lights, always gone when I investigated. Always leaving just enough evidence to prove I wasn't imagining things. Disturbed gravel, bent stalks, faint prints. I started sleeping in short bursts, jerking awake at every sound. Installed security cameras that showed nothing but static when the figure appeared. Called the sheriff, who found nothing suspicious and suggested I was just jumpy from being alone. Then came the night everything escalated. I was dozing in my chair when heavy footsteps creaked across the porch. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my window. The shotgun shook in my hands as I approached. A shadow passed across the glass. I threw open the door. Empty porch. But there in the pale moonlight, fresh, muddy footprints leading right up to my door. And pinned under a rock, a note written in jagged letters. "You're not safe here." My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I read it again and again. The threat was clear, but the why eluded me. I had no enemies, kept to myself. The only person I'd spoken to in weeks was Earl at the farm supply store. I considered leaving, selling the farm and moving back to the city. But something in me refused to be driven out. This was my home now. I'd sunk every penny into it. Running wasn't an option, so I fortified. Installed better cameras with night vision, added steel security doors, bought more ammunition, started carrying the gun everywhere, even to check the mail. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. The figure kept appearing closer each time. Some nights it stood motionless for hours, just watching. The cameras caught nothing but interference. The footprints became more frequent. Notes appeared regularly. "Leave while you can. Time is running out. We're coming soon." I stopped working the fields, spent my days watching security feeds and jumping at shadows. Called the sheriff daily until they stopped taking my calls. The few neighbors within miles started avoiding me, probably thinking I was cracking up. Maybe I was. Then came the night that changed everything. I dozed off around midnight, exhausted from days without real sleep. A crash jolted me awake. Glass breaking. Someone was inside. Heavy footsteps moved through the house, multiple sets. They weren't trying to be quiet anymore. I grabbed the shotgun and pressed against the wall, heart hammering so hard I worried they'd hear it. The steps came closer. Shadows moved under my door. The handle turned slowly. I raised the gun as the door swung open. There in the darkness stood 3 figures in black, too tall to be human, moving with unnatural stillness. I fired twice. The blast lit up inhuman faces with too many eyes. They scattered. I ran, taking the stairs 3 at a time, almost breaking my neck in the darkness. More shapes moved in the shadows. The front door was blocked. I sprinted for the back kitchen door, slipping on something wet that I refused to look at. Made it outside into the cool night air. Ran for the barn where I kept the truck. Something fast moved in my peripheral vision. I fired behind me blindly, heard an inhuman shriek. The barn door was open, swaying in the wind. I reached the truck, fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life. I slammed it in reverse, tires throwing gravel. Movement everywhere now. Dark shapes converging. Something landed on the hood with impossible weight, denting the metal. Through the windshield, I saw a face that will haunt my nightmares forever. I floored it. The thing held on until I swerved hard, sending it tumbling. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement 20 minutes later. Drove straight through till morning. The police report says they found nothing. No footprints, no broken glass, no signs of struggle. Just an empty farmhouse with some wild animal tracks in the yard. They blamed coyotes, lack of sleep, and an overactive imagination. I know what I saw. I'll never go back there. Let someone else buy that cursed place. The dreams are bad enough. Dark figures standing motionless in endless cornfields watching with too many eyes. Sometimes I see shapes in my peripheral vision, gone when I turn to look. The for sale sign still stands in front of the Henderson place. The price drops lower each month. Sometimes I think about warning potential buyers. But who would believe me? Better to try forgetting, to build a new life somewhere crowded and bright. But late at night, when the wind sounds like footsteps, I wonder, did I really escape? Or are they just waiting, standing motionless in the darkness, patient and hungry for the day I let my guard down? I keep the shotgun loaded just in case, and I never look too long out windows after dark. Some things are better left unseen. The realtor didn't tell me about the deaths. 3 of them, all ruled as accidents. I found out later from newspaper archives after things had already started happening. But by then, I was too invested, financially and emotionally, in my dream house to walk away. Maybe that's what they were counting on. I bought 47 Cedar Street in October. The price was suspiciously low for a Victorian-era house with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and stained glass windows. The realtor, Sarah Chen, said the previous owner had to sell quickly due to a job transfer. She smiled too much when she said it. The first night, I heard footsteps upstairs while I was unpacking boxes in the kitchen. Heavy steps, like work boots on wood floors. I went up to check. Empty rooms, dust sheets still covering the furniture I hadn't arranged yet. The steps stopped when I reached the second floor. Old houses make noise, I told myself. They settle. And I went back downstairs and poured a glass of whiskey. The footsteps started again the moment I reached the bottom step. That was 3 weeks ago. Now I sit in my study, typing this out because I need someone to know what happened here. My hands shake on the keyboard. The scratching in the wall started an hour ago. It's getting louder, but I should start at the beginning. The day I moved in, Mrs. Rodriguez from next door brought over a casserole. She stood on my porch holding the dish but wouldn't cross the threshold when I invited her in. "Nobody stays here long," she said, her eyes fixed on something behind me. "The house, it doesn't like new people." I laughed. "Houses don't like or dislike anything, Mrs. Rodriguez. They're just buildings." She shook her head. "You'll see. They all see eventually." She thrust the casserole into my hands and hurried back to her house. That night I heard my name for the first time. A whisper, right next to my ear as I was falling asleep. "David." I sat up, heart pounding. The room was empty, moonlight streaming through the bay windows. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees. I got up, checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. The security system was armed. I took 2 Advil PM and went back to bed. Sleep didn't come until dawn. The next morning, I found all the kitchen cabinets open. Every single one. I know I closed them the night before. I'm obsessive about things like that. My coffee mug was in the sink, though I distinctly remembered leaving it on the counter. Small things kept happening. Keys disappeared and reappeared in strange places. The TV turned on by itself at 3:27 a.m. 3 nights in a row, always to static. My phone would ring, but when I answered, there was only a low humming sound. I started researching the house's history. The local library had archives of the town newspaper going back to the 1800s. The house was built in 1887 by Thomas Preston, a railroad baron. He died in his sleep in 1902. Natural causes, according to the papers. But then I found more recent articles. In 1998, a woman named Janet Cooper fell down the main staircase, broke her neck. The investigation ruled it an accident, though they noted there were no signs of tripping or slipping. In 2005, Mark Webster was found in the basement, apparently electrocuted while doing DIY repairs. The police report mentioned that the circuit breaker had been switched back on after his death, though he was alone in the house. In 2012, Sarah Mitchell stopped answering her phone. When police did a welfare check, they found her in the bathtub, drowned. The water was ice cold and all the windows were open despite it being December. I should have left then. Should have cut my losses, sold the house for whatever I could get. But I'd put everything I had into this place. My life savings, my inheritance from Dad, even a loan from my brother. I couldn't walk away. So I stayed, and things got worse. Last week I woke up to find bloody footprints leading from my bed to the bathroom. My feet were clean, but the prints were my size. They disappeared while I was calling the police. The officers found nothing, of course. They gave me that look, the one that says they think you're crazy or drunk or both. One of them, Officer Martinez, pulled me aside before leaving. My grandfather used to work here back when it was the Preston place, he said quietly. He quit after 2 weeks, said the walls had eyes. I installed cameras after that. High-end security cameras, motion sensors, the works. They worked fine during the day, but every night at midnight, they went dark for exactly 6 hours. The company said there was nothing wrong with the equipment. The whispers got louder. Not just my name now, but conversations I couldn't quite make out. Multiple voices, arguing about something. They went silent when I tried to record them. Then the scratching started. First in the walls, like rats. But rats don't spell out words. I found "get out" scraped into the wallpaper of my bedroom. The next day, "leave now" appeared on the bathroom mirror in condensation, though the shower hadn't been used. Last night, things escalated. I was in the kitchen making dinner when all the gas burners on the stove turned on at once. The flames shot up 3 feet high. I couldn't turn them off. The knobs wouldn't move. The fire department had to shut off the gas main. While they were there, one of the firefighters asked me if I'd heard about the other fires. Apparently, there had been 3 separate incidents of mysterious fires in the house over the past century. All 3 previous owners got out alive, but each one moved out immediately after. I'm writing this now because the scratching is different tonight. Louder, more purposeful. It's moving through the walls, circling my study. The temperature keeps dropping. My breath comes out in white clouds, though it's 70 degrees outside. The lights are flickering. My laptop battery was full, but it's draining fast. The scratching is in the ceiling now. Plaster dust is falling on my desk. I can hear footsteps in the hallway. Heavy boots, like that first night. They're getting closer. The door handle is turning slowly. I should run. I need to run. But my legs won't move. The door is opening. There's someone, something, in the doorway. Tall, dark. The shape of a man, but wrong somehow, like a shadow that's forgotten it needs a body to exist. It's reaching for me with hands that are too long, fingers that bend the wrong way. It knows I'm writing about it. It doesn't want me to finish this. But people need to know about 47 Cedar Street. They need to know what happens here. If you're reading this, stay away. The house doesn't just dislike new people, Mrs. Rodriguez. The following text was found on a laptop in the study of 47 Cedar Street. The owner, David Chen, has been missing for 3 days. Police investigation is ongoing. The house remains vacant. Update. 1 week later. They found my body in the basement yesterday. I wasn't dead, just unconscious and severely dehydrated. The doctors can't explain the deep scratches all over my arms and back or why my hair has gone completely white. I don't remember anything after seeing the figure in the doorway. I'm writing this from my hospital bed. The nurses think I had a mental breakdown. The police suspect drugs or carbon monoxide poisoning. They have rational explanations for everything. The footprints, old water damage, the scratches in the walls, house settling, the voices, wind through old pipes. But they weren't there. They didn't hear it whisper their name in the dark. They didn't see what I saw. I signed the papers today to put the house up for sale. Sarah Chen is handling it again. She's already got potential buyers, a young family with 2 kids. I tried to warn them, but Chen interrupted me, talking loudly about the original hardwood floors and crown molding. I see her smile now, the same one she gave me. She knows. They all know. The house will be sold again. Someone else will move in, attracted by the suspiciously low price. The cycle will continue, but at least I got out. I'm one of the lucky ones. though sometimes late at night, I still hear footsteps in my hospital room. And yesterday, a nurse asked me who the tall man in the dark coat was, the one standing by my bed when she came to check my vitals at 3:27 a.m. I didn't have the heart to tell her there was no man in my room. Or maybe there was. Maybe it followed me. Maybe it follows all of us who leave 47 Cedar Street. Maybe we never really leave at all. My hands won't stop shaking as I write this. I need to get these events down while they're fresh, while I can still hear the sounds from the forest and feel the cold sweat on my skin. I have to tell someone what happened on that trail yesterday, even if no one believes me. I'd been hiking the Black Rock Trail for about 3 hours when it started to rain. Not the gentle kind, the type that soaks through your clothes in seconds. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned rain, and I hadn't packed proper gear. My thin windbreaker didn't help much. Water ran down my face and into my eyes. My boots squished with every step. The trail stretched ahead, turning into brown mud. My phone showed no signal. Typical for this part of the mountains. The GPS still worked, but the battery was at 15%. I needed shelter, and fast. That's when I saw it through the trees, a dark shape about 50 yards off the main trail. I walked closer, pushing through wet branches. A cabin, not marked on any trail map I'd seen. The wood was old and gray, the windows dusty. A tin roof had rusted in patches. The front door hung slightly open. I stood in the rain, staring at it. Something felt wrong. The cabin looked abandoned but not destroyed. No broken windows, no graffiti, just silent and empty, like it was waiting for something. My wet clothes clung to my skin. Thunder cracked overhead. I didn't have much choice. The door creaked when I pushed it open. The cabin was one room, maybe 15 by 20 feet. Dust covered everything. Old furniture sat against the walls. A metal bed frame with no mattress, a wooden table, 2 chairs. A pot-bellied stove stood cold in one corner. The air smelled stale and damp. I closed the door behind me and wiped rain from my face. Water dripped from my clothes onto the wooden floor. My footprints showed dark in the dust. The rain drummed on the tin roof. A piece of paper lay in the middle of the table. I walked closer. It was yellowed, but not ancient. Someone had written on it in black ink. The handwriting was neat, almost too perfect. "You shouldn't be here." I picked up the note. The paper felt crisp, not old and brittle like everything else in the cabin. Someone had left this recently. A branch snapped outside. I froze, still holding the note. The sound had come from the back of the cabin. Another snap, closer this time. Then the unmistakable sound of footsteps in wet leaves. My heart pounded against my ribs. I moved to the nearest window, trying to see through the grimy glass. Rain streaked down the pane. The forest beyond was a blur of dark shapes. Something moved between the trees. A shadow darker than the rest. Then another, off to the left. The footsteps circled around to the side of the cabin. Slow, deliberate, like whatever was out there knew I was inside. I backed away from the window. My breath came in short gasps. Sweat mixed with the rainwater on my face. The footsteps stopped at the front of the cabin, right outside the door. I looked around frantically. The back window was small, but I could fit through it. The frame looked rotted. I might be able to break it if I had to. The door handle turned slowly. I dove under the table, pressing myself against the wall. My heart beat so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The door opened. Rain blew in. Water pooled on the wooden floor. Boots stepped into the cabin. Heavy boots, caked with mud. They stopped just inside the door. I held my breath. The boots took another step, then another, heading straight for the table. They stopped right in front of me. Water dripped from them onto the floor. A hand reached down, grabbed the edge of the table. I bolted, knocked the table over as I ran for the back window. Behind me, someone shouted. The voice wasn't human. I hit the window with my shoulder. The rotten wood splintered. Glass shattered. I tumbled outside into the rain. More shouts from the cabin. More inhuman voices joining the first. I ran. Branches whipped my face. My boots slipped in the mud. I could hear them behind me, crashing through the underbrush, getting closer. The trail had to be somewhere ahead. If I could reach it, maybe I could outrun them to the ranger station 3 miles north. Something grabbed my jacket. I yanked free, leaving part of the sleeve behind. The things behind me were faster than humans. Their footsteps came closer and closer. Their breathing sounded wrong, wet and raspy. I burst onto the trail, turned north and ran flat out. My lungs burned. Mud splashed up my legs. The creatures stayed in the forest on either side of the trail. I could see them moving through the trees, dark shapes keeping pace with me, hurting me. My foot hit a root. I went down hard, face first in the mud, got up spitting dirt. They were closing in, moving out of the trees onto the trail behind me. I ran. The rain got harder. Lightning flashed, showing twisted shapes in the forest. My legs started to give out. I couldn't keep this pace much longer. Up ahead, sunlight broke through the clouds. The rain was stopping. The creatures' footsteps slowed. Their breathing grew fainter. I risked a look back. The shapes retreated into the darkest parts of the forest, melted away between the trees. I didn't stop running until I reached the ranger station. Burst through the door, covered in mud and blood from dozens of scratches. The ranger on duty called the police. They searched the area but found nothing. No cabin, no footprints except mine. No sign anyone or anything had been in those woods. But I have proof. In my pocket, crumpled and wet. The note from the table. The one that warned me I shouldn't have been there. I've been home for hours now. Night has fallen. Rain is starting again. And someone just slipped a piece of paper under my door. I'm afraid to read it, but I can hear breathing outside. Wet, raspy breathing. And footsteps circling my house. Heavy boots in the mud, getting closer. They followed me home. I shouldn't have taken that taxi. That's what I keep telling myself now, sitting here in my living room with all the lights on at 3 a.m., unable to sleep. My hands won't stop shaking as I write this down, trying to make sense of what happened just hours ago. I need to get it out of my head, need to tell someone, even if no one will believe me. It started normally enough. The quarterly board meeting at Marshall and Phillips had run late, as usual. Jim couldn't stop talking about the Q4 projections, and Sarah kept pushing back on the marketing budget. By the time we wrapped up, it was almost midnight. I stood outside the office building on 47th Street, loosening my tie and checking my phone. No Uber available. Typical for this time of night in this part of town. That's when I saw the yellow cab crawling down the street. The vacant sign glowed bright in the darkness. I raised my hand, and it pulled up to the curb with a soft squeal of brakes. The car was old, one of those Crown Victorias from the early 2000s, but well maintained. Clean. Too clean, looking back on it now. "Evening," I said, sliding into the back seat. The leather was cold against my legs. 1487 Oakwood Drive, please. In Riverside Heights. The driver nodded. He was wearing a dark cap pulled low over his eyes, and I couldn't make out his face in the rearview mirror. Just shadows where features should be. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was tired, checking emails on my phone, mind still stuck on those projection numbers Jim had presented. We drove in silence for a few minutes. The streets were empty, streetlights casting orange pools on the wet asphalt. It had rained earlier and water still dripped from the awnings of closed shops we passed. "Long night at the office?" the driver asked suddenly. His voice was odd, not exactly accented, but somehow off, like someone trying to sound casual but not quite getting it right. "Yeah," I replied, not looking up from my phone. "Big meeting. At Marshall and Phillips, right?" My fingers froze over the screen. I hadn't mentioned where I worked. I looked up, meeting the driver's eyes in the mirror. Still couldn't see them clearly. "How did you know that?" He chuckled. The sound made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Oh, I pick up a lot of people from there. Recognize the building. You're in finance, aren't you? Investment division. My mouth went dry. I was, but there was no way he could have known that. Our logo wasn't even visible from the street where he picked me up. Something like that, I said carefully, sliding my phone into my pocket. I was paying full attention now, watching as we turned onto Madison Avenue. At least we were heading in the right direction. Must be doing well, he continued. That's a nice neighborhood, Riverside Heights. 1487 Oakwood. That's the gray colonial with the red door, isn't it? My heart started pounding. I'd never mentioned my house's color, never described it at all. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know how you know these things, but your wife picked out that door color, didn't she? He interrupted. Last summer, I think it was. July 15th. Sarah wasn't sure about it at first, but you convinced her. The blood drained from my face. My wife's name was Sarah, and we had painted the door last July, the 15th. I remembered because it was the day before our anniversary. I reached for the door handle, but we were doing 60 down Madison, too fast to jump out safely. My hand moved to my phone instead. I wouldn't bother with that, the driver said calmly. No signal right now. Funny how that happens sometimes, isn't it? He was right. My phone showed no bars. Who are you? I demanded, my voice cracking slightly. What do you want? He didn't answer, just hummed tunelessly as we drove. I recognized the song after a moment. It was You'll Never Walk Alone. The same song that played at my father's funeral 20 years ago. My chest felt tight. I couldn't get enough air. The car seemed to be getting smaller, the walls closing in. I looked out the window, trying to orient myself. We were in my neighborhood now, the familiar houses sliding past like ghost ships in the darkness. Almost home, the driver said cheerfully. You must be tired after that meeting, especially that argument with Jim about the Q4 numbers. He never does listen, does he? I pressed myself against the door as far from the driver as I could get. My shirt was soaked with sweat now, sticking to my back. The car slowed, turning onto Oakwood Drive. How do you know these things? I whispered. Have you been watching me? He laughed again, that same wrong-sounding laugh. Watching you? No, nothing like that. I just know things, like I know about the dream you had last night, the one about your father, and the $20 you found in your old jacket this morning, and the coffee you spilled on your desk at 10:47 a.m. My vision started to blur at the edges. This couldn't be happening. None of this could be real. I'd fallen asleep at my desk, that was it. This was just some stress-induced nightmare. The cab pulled up in front of my house. The red door gleamed under the porch light like fresh blood. That'll be $23.50, the driver said pleasantly. My hands shaking so badly I could barely grip my wallet, I pulled out 3 tens. Keep the change, I muttered, reaching for the door handle. Thanks, he said. Oh, and David? I froze. I hadn't told him my name. Say hi to Sarah for me. And maybe check on that loose floorboard in the upstairs hallway. The one outside Emma's room. Wouldn't want your daughter to trip. We'd just noticed that floorboard yesterday. Emma had complained about it squeaking. I practically fell out of the cab, stumbling onto my front lawn. My legs felt like rubber. I turned back, needing one last look, needing to see the driver's face. The cab was still there, idling at the curb, but the driver's seat was empty, completely empty. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, the cab was gone. No sound of an engine, no taillights disappearing down the street. It had vanished as if it had never been there at all. I ran to my front door, fumbling with my keys, dropping them twice before managing to get inside. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and engaged the deadbolt. Then I checked every window, every door, making sure everything was secure. Sarah came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. David? What's wrong? You look terrible. I opened my mouth to tell her, then closed it. How could I explain what had just happened? That a taxi driver who wasn't there knew everything about our lives? About our past, our present, even our dreams. Bad night, I managed to say. Just a bad night. She frowned, concerned, but didn't press the issue. Come to bed, she said. You're exhausted. But I couldn't sleep, couldn't even close my eyes. I sat in the living room instead, every light blazing, jumping at every sound. The tick of the clock, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of that loose floorboard upstairs. I've been sitting here for hours now, trying to convince myself there's a rational explanation. Maybe someone's been stalking me, gathering information. Maybe I had a mental breakdown from stress. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. Or rather, what I didn't see in that driver's seat. And I keep thinking about something else. Something that makes my stomach twist into knots. When I checked my wallet after coming inside, those 3 tens I'd given the driver, they weren't there. Instead, I found a receipt. A taxi receipt, dated July 15th last year, the day we painted the door. A ride I never took from a cab company that doesn't exist. The sun is coming up now. In a few hours, I'll have to get ready for work. Act normal. Pretend nothing happened. But I know I'll never take another taxi. Never trust another stranger's voice in the darkness. Never feel quite safe again. Because somewhere out there, that empty cab is still driving. Still picking up passengers. Still knowing things it shouldn't know. And I can't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a random encounter. That somehow, for some reason, it chose me. That this was just the beginning of something. The worst part? Deep down, I know I'm right. I know it the same way that driver knew everything about me. And I know with absolute certainty that I'll see that cab again. Just now I heard a car pull up outside. The sound of an engine idling. I don't want to look. Don't want to see what's out there. But I will. I have to. Because somehow I already know what I'll find when I do. A yellow cab, waiting at the curb. Empty. The fluorescent lights of the 7-Eleven buzzed over my head at 2:47 a.m. I just needed cigarettes, that's all. A pack of Marlboros, and I'd be back in my warm bed. Instead, I got something else. Something that changed everything. I pushed the glass door open, setting off the electronic chime. The cashier didn't look up from his phone. The store was empty, except for one other customer, a tall man in a black coat standing in the corner by the energy drinks. He wasn't looking at the drinks. He was looking at me. I walked to the counter, keeping my eyes forward. Pack of Marlboro Reds, I said to the cashier. He finally glanced up, reached behind him for the cigarettes. My hands felt sweaty. The man in the corner hadn't moved. I could feel his eyes on my back. The cashier rang me up. $8.95. I pulled out my wallet, dropped a 10 on the counter. My fingers trembled slightly. Don't look at him, I thought. Just get the cigarettes and leave. Your change, sir. The cashier held out $1 and some coins. I grabbed them quickly, stuffed everything in my pocket. When I turned around, the man in the corner still hadn't moved. His face was partially hidden by the collar of his coat, but I could see his eyes. They were fixed on me, unblinking. My heart started beating faster. I walked to the door, pushed it open harder than I needed to. The cold night air hit my face. Keep walking, I told myself. Just get to your car. My footsteps echoed on the empty sidewalk. The streetlights cast long shadows across the cracked concrete. After half a block, I heard it. Another set of footsteps behind me. Slow, steady footsteps. I picked up my pace. The footsteps behind me quickened too. My car was parked 3 blocks away in front of my apartment building. Why had I walked to the store? The footsteps got closer. I turned right at the next corner, onto Cedar Street. The footsteps followed. I glanced back quickly. The man from the store was about 30 feet behind me, still wearing that black coat, still staring. My chest felt tight. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I walked faster, almost jogging now. The man matched my pace. The sound of his footsteps seemed to echo off the buildings around us. I crossed the street diagonally, heading for the next block. Maybe I could lose him if I took a different route home. The streets were completely empty. No cars, no other pedestrians. Just me and him. The footsteps behind me got closer. 20 feet now, maybe less. I could hear his breathing, slow and steady, like his footsteps. My own breathing came in short gasps. I reached into my pocket for my phone. My fingers were shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I tried to unlock the screen, but my sweaty fingers kept slipping. The footsteps got closer. "Hey!" I shouted without turning around. "What do you want?" My voice cracked. No response, just those steady footsteps. I broke into a run. My feet pounded against the sidewalk. The man behind me started running too. His footsteps were faster than mine, more controlled. He was gaining on me. I sprinted across Madison Avenue, nearly tripping on the curb. A car horn blared, the first sound I'd heard besides our footsteps in what felt like hours. I didn't stop to see if the man had been slowed down by the car. My lungs burned, sweat soaked through my t-shirt. I could see my apartment building up ahead, but it felt impossibly far away. The footsteps behind me got closer and closer. I fumbled in my pocket for my keys as I ran. They slipped through my fingers, clattered onto the sidewalk. Fuck! I bent to grab them, almost falling. The footsteps were right behind me now. I snatched the keys and sprinted the last 50 feet to my building's front door. My hands shook as I tried to get the key in the lock. I could hear him right behind me, his breathing loud in the quiet street. The key finally slid in. I turned it and yanked the door open, throwing myself inside. I slammed it shut just as a hand reached for the gap. The door closed on his fingers. He didn't make a sound. His fingers stayed there, trapped in the door. They were pale white, almost gray. The nails were long and yellow. I let out a scream and shoved the door harder. The fingers slowly withdrew. I turned the deadbolt, then backed away from the door, gasping for breath. Through the glass panel, I could see him standing there, just standing and staring like he had in the store. His face was still hidden by his coat collar, but his eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. I ran up the stairs to my third-floor apartment, taking them two at a time. My legs felt like they were going to give out. I got to my door, unlocked it with shaking hands, and slammed it behind me. I turned both deadbolts and slid the chain lock into place. For a moment, I just stood there trying to catch my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat dripped down my face. I went to the window and looked down at the street. The man was gone. The sidewalk was empty in both directions. No sign that anyone had been there at all. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text message from an unknown number. "You dropped something." I looked down at the street again. There, under the streetlight, was my pack of cigarettes. The man in the black coat stepped out of the shadows. He bent down, picked up the pack, and looked up at my window. Even from 3 stories up, I could see his eyes clearly now. They weren't glowing. They were completely black. He placed the cigarettes carefully on the ground, then stepped back into the shadows. This time, when he disappeared, I knew he wasn't really gone. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my living room, staring at the door. Every sound made me jump. The ice maker in my fridge, the radiator clicking on, the wind outside my windows. I kept checking my phone, but there were no more messages from the unknown number. When the sun finally came up, I looked out my window again. The pack of cigarettes was still there on the sidewalk. I watched as a woman walking her dog passed by it without seeming to notice. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face going outside. I spent the day pacing my apartment, checking the locks over and over. When night fell again, I turned on every light in the apartment. At 2:47 a.m. exactly, my phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. "Same time tomorrow." I deleted the message and threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall and fell to the floor, screen cracked but still glowing in the darkness. The next night I stayed awake again. And the next. And the next. Each night at exactly 2:47 a.m., I got a text from the unknown number. Sometimes just a question mark. Sometimes a single word. "Soon." After a week, I couldn't take it anymore. I hadn't slept more than an hour at a time. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my eyes. Every shadow looked like a man in a black coat. I packed a bag and took a taxi to the airport. I bought a ticket to the first flight out, Denver. As I waited at the gate, my phone buzzed. 2:47 a.m. Enjoy your flight. I turned off my phone and boarded the plane. As we took off, I looked down at the city getting smaller below us. Somewhere down there, in the darkness, he was watching. The flight attendant came by with drinks. "Sir, would you like anything?" I looked up at her. She was wearing a black coat over her uniform. Her eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. "Sir?" I pushed past her and ran to the bathroom at the back of the plane. I locked the door and splashed water on my face. When I looked in the mirror, I saw him standing behind me. I spun around. The bathroom was empty, but when I looked in the mirror again, he was there, standing right behind me. His coat collar was down now. I could see his face clearly for the first time. He had my face. I screamed. The other passengers banged on the door. The flight attendants used their key to open it. They found me curled up on the floor, still screaming. The plane made an emergency landing in Chicago. Police were waiting at the gate. They took me to a hospital where doctors asked me questions I couldn't answer. They gave me pills that made me sleep. When I woke up, it was dark outside my hospital room window. The clock on the wall read 2:46 a.m. My phone was on the bedside table. As I watched, the screen lit up. 2:47 a.m., one new message. "Welcome home." I looked out the window. He was standing in the parking lot below, looking up at me. As I watched, he raised his hand and waved. Slowly, deliberately, I raised my own hand. In the window's reflection, I could see us both waving. Our movements were perfectly synchronized. We were wearing the same clothes. We had the same face. I turned away from the window and walked to the door of my room. The hallway was dark and empty. I started walking. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. I kept walking, and the footsteps followed. They'll always follow now. Sometimes, late at night, I go into convenience stores. I stand in the corner by the energy drinks. I wait, and when someone walks in, someone who looks tired or afraid or alone, I watch them. I watch them buy their cigarettes or their coffee or their candy bars. I watch them notice me watching. I watch them hurry out into the dark streets. And then I follow. I follow because that's what he did to me. I follow because that's what I am now. I follow because at 2:47 a.m., in every convenience store in every city, someone needs to be standing in the corner. Someone needs to be watching. Someone needs to be following. The cigarettes are still there on the sidewalk in front of my old apartment building. They'll stay there forever, untouched, unnoticed by anyone except us. A marker, a reminder, an invitation. If you see them, keep walking. If you see me, run. And if your phone buzzes at 2:47 a.m., don't look at the message. Just know that I'm out there, watching, waiting, following. And soon you'll be out there too. The first call came at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I remember the exact time because I was staring at my phone, thumb hovering over the screen, debating whether to text Sarah back after our fight. The unknown number lit up my screen and I answered without thinking. Hello? Nothing but breathing on the other end. Heavy, rhythmic breathing like someone was holding the phone right up to their mouth. I waited 10 seconds, then hung up. I didn't think much of it at first. Wrong numbers happen. Pocket dials. Drunk people. But the next night, at exactly 11:47 p.m., the same number called again. This time I let it ring 3 times before answering. The breathing started immediately. Deep inhales and slow exhales, perfectly timed, like a metronome. My neck tightened. Who is this? The breathing continued, unchanged. Listen. If this is some kind of joke, they hung up. By the third night, I was waiting for it, sitting on my couch in my dark apartment, TV muted, phone in hand. 11:47 p.m., like clockwork. I didn't answer this time, just watched it ring until it stopped. 10 seconds later, it rang again. My hands were sweating as I hit the block button. A small victory, no more calls from this creep. I set the phone down and walked to the kitchen for a beer. The text came before I reached the fridge. 1408 Pine Street, apartment 3B. My address. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the counter to steady myself, suddenly dizzy. How did they know where I lived? I double-checked the number. It wasn't the same one that had been calling. This was a different, unknown number. I blocked it immediately, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every car passing outside my window, every creak in the building sent my heart racing. I checked the door locks 3 times, pulled all the blinds shut, sat in the dark with my back against the wall, phone clutched in my hand like a weapon. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting to my phone, sitting face up on my desk. Karen from accounting asked if I was feeling okay, said I looked pale. I mumbled something about a stomach bug and left early. At the police station, Officer Martinez listened to my story with practiced patience, wrote down the numbers in his little notebook, asked if I had any enemies, anyone who might want to harass me, ex-girlfriends, angry co-workers. When I said no, he handed me a pamphlet about cyberstalking and told me to document everything. But they know where I live, I said. He shrugged. Your address isn't exactly private information these days. Call us back if they make any direct threats. That night, 11:47 p.m., a new number. I watched it ring, hands clenched into fists. When it stopped, another text arrived immediately. You look tired, James. Maybe you should get some sleep. My heart slammed against my ribs. I ran to the windows, yanking the blinds aside, searching the dark street below. Empty, but somewhere out there someone was watching. I called Sarah. We hadn't spoken since our fight last week, but I needed to hear a familiar voice. James, it's midnight. What's wrong? I told her everything. The calls, the texts, the police. My voice cracked halfway through. Come stay with me, she said, just for a few days until we figure this out. I packed a bag with shaking hands. Checked the hallway 3 times before stepping out. Took the stairs instead of the elevator. Fewer places to get trapped. The drive to Sarah's place took 20 minutes. I checked my mirrors the whole way, looking for headlights following too closely. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but my neck ached from tension. Sarah was waiting at her door when I arrived. She hugged me tight, and I realized how long it had been since I'd touched another person. How isolated I'd become in just a few days. You're freezing, she said, pulling me inside. Her apartment felt safe. Warm lights, familiar furniture, the smell of the vanilla candles she always burned. I started to relax for the first time in days. 11:47 p.m. My phone rang. Sarah grabbed it before I could move. Hello? She demanded. Her face changed as she listened. Hello? Who is this? The breathing was loud enough that I could hear it from across the room. She hung up, hands trembling slightly. Okay, that was creepy as hell. My phone buzzed with a text. Sarah read it out loud. Nice place Sarah has here, 2517 Oakwood Drive, Unit 12. Love what she's done with the balcony garden. The blood drained from my face. Sarah ran to her balcony doors, locking them, then closing the curtains. Her small herb garden was clearly visible from the street. We're calling the police, she said. Right now. 2 officers came this time. They took statements, checked the perimeter, wrote more notes. Promised to increase patrols in the area. Said the same things about documenting everything. Suggested we stay somewhere else for a few days. We went to a hotel 20 miles away. Paid cash. Used fake names at check-in. I felt like a fugitive, but at least we were doing something. The calls kept coming. 11:47 p.m. every night. Different numbers each time. Sometimes the breathing would change. Faster. more aggressive or slow and deliberate. Sometimes we'd hear faint sounds in the background, traffic, music, people talking. The texts always followed, always from different numbers. Room 412. The view must be nice. That pizza you ordered smells good. Blue looks good on you, Sarah. We changed hotels 3 times. It didn't matter. They always knew where we were, what we were doing, what we were wearing. Sarah started losing sleep. Dark circles formed under her eyes. She jumped at every sound. I watched her unravel and knew it was my fault. Whatever this was, I had dragged her into it. Maybe we should split up, I suggested one night. You go stay with your sister in Cleveland. I'll figure this out. No way, she said. We're in this together now. But I could see the fear eating away at her, the way she checked her phone constantly, flinching every time it made a sound, the way she insisted on keeping the bathroom door open, afraid to be alone even for a minute. After a week in hotels, we went back to my apartment. Sarah's plants had died on her balcony. Her boss was asking questions about when she'd return to work. We couldn't run forever. We set up cameras, inside, outside, covering every angle, changed the locks, installed a security system. Sarah bought a taser. I started carrying pepper spray. The calls continued. 11:47 p.m. The breathing. The text that proved none of our precautions mattered. Nice cameras. The one by the front door is tilted too far left. That new deadbolt looks sturdy. Pepper spray won't help, James. I stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. Started seeing things in the shadows, jumping at reflections in windows. The sleep deprivation made everything worse. Every stranger on the street became a potential threat. Every closed door held danger. Sarah tried to stay strong, but I could see her cracking. She cried in the shower when she thought I couldn't hear, screamed once when her phone rang during dinner, just her mother calling. The police were useless. The numbers were all burner phones, impossible to trace. No threats had been made, technically. No laws broken besides harassment. We hired a private investigator. He set up surveillance, tracked patterns, analyzed the texts for clues. Cost us thousands. Found nothing. Then one night, something changed. 11:47 p.m. The call came, but this time there was no breathing. Instead, a voice, distorted, mechanical, but clear. Time to end this game, James. My chest tightened. Sarah gripped my arm so hard it hurt. What do you want? I asked. Look outside. We ran to the window. The street was empty except for a single figure standing under a streetlight. They waved. Sarah screamed. I pulled her away from the window, but she fought me. No, look. She pointed. The figure was walking toward our building. Even from 3 stories up, I could see they were holding something. A phone, screen glowing in the darkness. Call the police, I told Sarah, already moving toward the door. Lock yourself in the bathroom. James, no. But I was done hiding, done jumping at shadows, done watching Sarah suffer because of me. I grabbed my pepper spray and headed downstairs. The figure was in the lobby when I reached it. A man, average height, wearing dark clothes and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He looked normal, not threatening at all. He looked up as I approached, smiled. Hello, James. The voice was familiar, not from the phone call, from somewhere else. Then it hit me. Kevin? Kevin from IT at work. Quiet Kevin who fixed my computer last month. Kevin who always ate lunch alone. He pulled off his cap. Took you long enough. Why? My voice cracked. Why are you doing this? He tilted his head, still smiling that bland smile. Because I could. Because it was fun. Because you never even noticed me until you needed something fixed. Footsteps on the stairs. Sarah and 2 police officers burst into the lobby, weapons drawn. Kevin didn't resist arrest. Kept smiling as they cuffed him. Said nothing else. The investigation revealed everything. How he'd hacked our phones, used work access to track us, set up surveillance. Hidden cameras in my apartment during that computer repair visit. All because he could. all because he was bored and invisible and angry. Months later, I still check my phone at 11:47 p.m. every night. Still flinch when unknown numbers call. Still see Kevin's smile in my nightmares. Sarah moved in permanently. Says she feels safer when we're together. Maybe she's right. Maybe that's the only good thing that came from all this, realizing what matters, who matters. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder if Kevin was working alone. If there were others like him, watching through screens, breathing into phones, playing their games. Sometimes I swear I can still hear breathing on the other end of disconnected calls. The scratching started my first night in Unit 3B. Not the gentle kind a mouse might make, but heavy dragging sounds that scraped across my ceiling at 3 a.m. I lay in bed, staring up at the white popcorn texture above me, listening to whatever was moving around in apartment 4B. That was when I realized I hadn't seen anyone go in or out of that unit since moving in 3 days ago. The realtor had sold me on this place by talking up the quiet neighbors and peaceful atmosphere. Perfect for a writer looking for solitude, she'd said. The price was right, the Upper West Side location was ideal, and after 6 months of crashing on my brother's couch while my divorce finalized, I needed my own space. But now, on night one, all I could focus on was that heavy scraping sound. I got out of bed and stood on a chair, pressing my palm flat against the ceiling. The vibrations came through clearly, something heavy being dragged across hardwood floors. Back and forth, back and forth. Then a thump that made my ceiling shudder. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Or the next. Or the one after that. The sounds continued like clockwork. Always starting at 3 a.m., always lasting exactly 47 minutes. I know because I timed it. The dragging, the thumps, and sometimes what sounded like muffled speaking in a low, guttural voice I couldn't quite make out. After a week, I'd had enough. I knocked on 4B's door at 6 p.m., figuring that was a reasonable hour to confront a neighbor about noise complaints. No answer. I tried again at 7, then 8. The hall was silent, except for the hum of the fluorescent lights. I caught Mrs. Chen from 3A in the hallway the next morning while getting my mail. She'd lived in the building for 20 years and knew everyone. "Oh, 4B?" she said when I asked about my upstairs neighbor. "I haven't seen anyone go in or out of there for months. Not since the Williams family moved out last summer. Such a shame about their son." That got my attention. "What happened to their son?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, nothing really. He was a troubled boy, got mixed up with drugs. They moved to Connecticut after he disappeared for the 3rd time. Haven't heard from them since." I decided to go straight to the source. Mr. Grayson, our building superintendent, kept his office in the basement. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I descended the concrete stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. His office door was open, classical music playing softly from an old radio. Mr. Grayson sat behind a metal desk, reading a newspaper. He looked up when I knocked on the door frame. Mr. Harrison from 3B, how are you settling in?" "Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. The tenant above me in 4B. I've been hearing some strange noises at night." He frowned, pushing his reading glasses up his nose. "That's not possible. 4B has been vacant since August." My stomach dropped. "Vacant? Are you sure?" "Absolutely." He pulled out a thick ledger and flipped through the pages. "See here? The Williams family moved out August 15th. We've been doing renovations since then. New floors, fresh paint. No one's lived there for months." I described the noises I'd been hearing. The dragging, the thumps, the voice. His frown deepened. "I have master keys to every unit," he said finally. "Would you like me to check it out?" We went up together. The hallway felt colder than usual as we approached 4B. Mr. Grayson's keys jingled as he found the right one and inserted it into the lock. The door swung open with a creak. Stale air rushed out. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no curtains, nothing but bare walls and hardwood floors. A fine layer of dust covered everything. "See?" Mr. Grayson gestured around. Nobody here. I walked through each room, my footsteps echoing. The layout mirrored my apartment below. Everything was clean, recently renovated just as he'd said. No signs of occupation or disturbance. What about the attic access? I pointed to a square panel in the hallway ceiling. Sealed shut years ago. Building code violation to have it accessible from individual units. The only attic access is through the maintenance door on the roof. I thanked him and went back to my apartment feeling foolish. Maybe I was imagining things. The stress of the divorce, the new place, working from home, it was probably all getting to me. That night, the sounds started right on schedule. 3 a.m. Dragging, thumping, that voice. I grabbed my phone and recorded a voice memo, then played it back. The sounds came through clearly. There was no mistaking it. Something was up there. The next day I went to the library and researched the building's history. Nothing notable came up except a small article from 1987 about a suicide. A man had jumped from the roof. The article didn't specify which unit he'd lived in. I started keeping a log of the sounds, noting patterns. They always began at exactly 3 a.m., always lasted 47 minutes. Always followed the same sequence, dragging for about 20 minutes, then thumping, then that voice speaking in what sounded like rhythmic patterns, almost like chanting. 2 weeks in, I noticed something new. Black liquid had started seeping through my ceiling right above my bed. Just a few drops at first. I put a bucket underneath. By morning, the liquid was gone, leaving no stains. I took a sample with a Q-tip and brought it to a friend who worked in a medical lab. The results came back inconclusive. Some kind of organic matter, she said, but not blood or any other bodily fluid I'm familiar with. The drops became a steady drip, then a stream, always between 3 a.m. and 3:47 a.m., always disappearing by morning without a trace. I started sleeping on my couch. One night I decided I'd had enough. When the sounds began, I grabbed a flashlight and went upstairs. The hallway was pitch black. All the fluorescent bulbs had burnt out simultaneously. 4B's door was closed, as always. I pressed my ear against it. The dragging sound was louder here, accompanied by what sounded like heavy breathing. I tried the handle. Locked. Then I remembered something. During my apartment hunt, I'd viewed several units in this building. They all had the same contractor-grade locks. I'd kept the spare key from my own unit. Maybe it would work on 4B. My hands shook as I inserted the key. It fit perfectly. I turned it slowly, hearing the mechanism click. The door swung open. The apartment wasn't empty anymore. Black liquid covered the floors, ankle deep. It rippled with movement, though there was no breeze. The walls pulsed like they were breathing, and in the center of the living room, something dark and massive dragged itself back and forth across the floor. I couldn't process what I was seeing. The shape was wrong. Too many limbs, moving in impossible ways. It stopped when it noticed me. The thing turned. I saw eyes, dozens of them, glowing faintly in the darkness. That guttural voice emerged from somewhere within its mass, speaking words that hurt my ears and made my vision blur. I ran. Back in my apartment, I shoved furniture against the door. The ceiling shuddered violently. Black liquid poured down in sheets. I called Mr. Grayson. No answer. Police next. They said they'd send someone. 2 officers arrived 20 minutes later. We went up together. The door to 4B was locked again. When Mr. Grayson opened it, the apartment was empty. No liquid, no creature, just bare floors and walls. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" one officer asked. No signs of forced entry or disturbance. They left. Mr. Grayson gave me a concerned look before heading back to his office. I spent the rest of the night researching. Found more articles about the 1987 suicide. The man had been involved in some kind of occult group. Police had found strange symbols painted on his walls, books in unknown languages. He'd lived in 4B. That was 3 days ago. The sounds haven't stopped. The liquid keeps coming. Last night, I swear I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my door at 3:47 a.m., heavy, wet footsteps that left no traces by morning. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. Tonight, I'm going back up there. I've got my phone to record everything. A crucifix my Catholic mother gave me. Salt. Holy water. Probably useless, but it makes me feel better. The sounds have already started. The liquid is dripping. Time to go. If you're reading this and you live in my building, or you're thinking about moving in, stay away from 4B. Don't try to investigate the sounds, don't look up when the ceiling drips, and whatever you do, don't open that door at 3 a.m. I have to go now. It's calling me. The first bang made me drop my phone. It was 11:42 p.m. and I was about to head to bed when I heard it. A loud metallic crash from the basement. The rain outside was getting heavier, drumming against the windows of my rental house. But that sound was different. Distinct. Inside. I stood in my living room, not moving. The TV was off. The house was dark except for the lamp next to my couch. I waited, holding my breath, straining to hear anything else over the rain. 10 seconds passed. 20. Then another crash, followed by what sounded like something being dragged across the concrete floor. My throat went dry. I'd only moved into this house 2 weeks ago, and I hadn't spent much time in the basement. Just enough to set up my washer and dryer, check the furnace, and stack some boxes. The landlord had said something about the previous tenant leaving in a hurry, but I hadn't thought much about it at the time. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the basement door at the end of the hallway. My hand was shaking slightly. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon that had found its way in through one of the small ground-level windows. Or maybe some pipes were loose. The house was old, built in the 1940s according to the rental agreement. Another scraping sound. This one was longer, more deliberate. It didn't sound like an animal. I walked to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the wooden block on the counter. It was the biggest one I had, a chef's knife with an 8-inch blade. The handle felt cold and unfamiliar in my grip. I'd only used it to cut vegetables before. The basement door was closed. I put my hand on the brass doorknob and it was ice cold against my palm. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I turned the knob slowly, trying to be quiet, but it made a small click anyway. I pulled the door open. The hinges creaked, a high-pitched sound that seemed too loud in the quiet house. The basement stairs disappeared into absolute darkness below. My flashlight beam showed the first few wooden steps, worn smooth from decades of use. The musty smell of the basement drifted up. Concrete, old cardboard, and something else I couldn't identify. Another crash from below, louder this time. I jumped, and my flashlight beam jerked across the wall. Something had fallen over down there, or been knocked over. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded strange and thin. "Is someone there?" No response, just the sound of rain outside and my own breathing, which was getting faster. I took the first step down. The wood creaked under my weight. Another step. The darkness seemed to press in around my flashlight beam, making the circle of light seem smaller than it should be. 5 more steps to go. I reached the bottom of the stairs and swept my flashlight around the basement. The beam caught the washer and dryer against the far wall, the stack of moving boxes in the corner, the old metal shelving unit filled with dusty jars and tools left by previous tenants. Everything looked normal except the floor was wet. Not just damp like you'd expect in a basement during a rainstorm, but actually wet, with puddles reflecting my flashlight beam. And the puddles were spreading out from behind the large workbench that took up most of the back wall. I heard breathing. Not my own. This was deeper, raspier, coming from the same direction as the puddles. My hands were shaking so badly now that the flashlight beam bounced wildly around the room. The knife felt useless and small. "I'm calling the police," I said, trying to make my voice sound strong and confident. It came out as barely more than a whisper. The breathing stopped. Complete silence fell over the basement, broken only by the distant sound of rain. Then something moved behind the workbench. Something big. I heard the scrape of what sounded like claws or nails on concrete. A dark shape rose up, blocking part of the wall. I turned and ran. My foot caught on the bottom step and I fell forward, slamming my knee into the wooden stair. The knife clattered out of my hand. I scrambled up the stairs on all fours, not looking back, my breath coming in short gasps. Behind me, I heard heavy footsteps on the concrete floor. I reached the top of the stairs and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the deadbolt. Just as it clicked into place, something hit the other side of the door. Hard. The whole frame shuddered. I stumbled backward into the hallway wall. Another impact, even harder. The door frame cracked. I turned and ran for the front door, my knee screaming in pain. I had to get out, had to get help. Behind me, I heard wood splintering. I reached the front door and grabbed the handle. It didn't move. I'd locked it earlier, a habit from living in the city. My keys were on the kitchen counter, 20 feet away, past the basement door. A tremendous crash from behind me. The sound of wood breaking apart. Heavy footsteps in the hallway. I ran for the kitchen. My socked feet slipped on the hardwood floor and I nearly fell. I could hear it behind me, breathing, moving fast. The smell hit me, like wet leather and rotting meat. My keys were right where I'd left them, next to the knife block. I grabbed them, turned to run back to the front door and saw it. The thing filled the kitchen doorway. It was tall, so tall it had to stoop under the frame. Its skin was dark and slick like wet leather, but covered in what looked like barnacles or scales. Long arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands with too many fingers. Its face. I threw the knife block at it. The whole thing, wood block and all the knives. It raised one of those long arms to block them. The knives clattered to the floor. It took a step forward. Those long fingers flexed, showing curved black claws. The back door. It was right behind me. I spun and ran, fumbling with my keys. I could feel it right behind me, reaching for me. The smell was overwhelming now. My trembling hands found the right key somehow and jammed it into the lock. Something grabbed the back of my shirt. I jerked forward, hearing the fabric tear. The door swung open and I burst out into the rain. I ran across the backyard, my feet slipping in the wet grass. The rain was coming down in sheets now. I could barely see. I reached the fence and scrambled over it, not even feeling the pain as the rough wood scraped my hands. I landed in my neighbor's yard and kept running. Their motion sensor light came on, momentarily blinding me. I ran toward the street, my heart feeling like it would explode. Behind me, I heard an inhuman sound, something between a roar and a screech. It made my teeth hurt and my stomach clench, but it was farther away now. I reached the street and ran to the nearest house with lights on, nearly fell on their front steps, pounded on the door with both fists. An elderly woman opened it. Her eyes went wide when she saw me, soaking wet, covered in mud, bleeding from my hands and knee. "Please," I gasped. "Call the police. There's something in my house." She let me in and called 911. I stood in her entryway, dripping water on her carpet, shaking uncontrollably. Through her front window, I could see my house. All the lights were off now. The rain continued to pour down. The police arrived 12 minutes later. They searched the house thoroughly, found the broken basement door, the wet floor, the scattered knives. But whatever had been in there was gone. The only evidence of its presence was a broken window in the basement, broken from the inside out, with a trail of wet footprints leading into the backyard and stopping at the fence. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. How could they? I barely believed it myself, and I'd seen it. They suggested it might have been an intruder wearing some kind of costume, said they'd increase patrols in the area, told me to call if I saw anything suspicious. I checked into a hotel that night. The next morning, I called my landlord and broke my lease. Lost my security deposit, but I didn't care. I wasn't going back to that house. It's been 3 months now. I live in an apartment on the third floor, no basement. I've tried to convince myself that what I saw wasn't real, that it was just an intruder, like the police said, or that the stress of moving and starting a new job had somehow caused me to hallucinate. But sometimes when it rains at night, I remember the smell, the way it moved, those long fingers with too many joints. And I wonder about the previous tenant who left in such a hurry. Wonder if they saw what I saw. Wonder if they ran too. I watch the news sometimes looking for stories about break-ins or disappearances in that neighborhood. So far, nothing. But last week I drove past the house. There was a for rent sign in the front yard again. The most recent tenants had moved out after just 1 month. I wanted to stop, to warn them, whoever might be thinking about renting that house. Tell them about what lives in the basement. But who would believe me? I barely believe it myself. So I drove on. But I check the news every day. And when it rains at night, I lie awake in my third-floor apartment, listening to the water hitting the windows. And I wonder if it's still down there, in that basement, waiting for the next tenant, waiting for the next rainy night. Sometimes I dream about what would have happened if I hadn't gotten out in time, if those long fingers had caught me, if I'd seen what was under those barnacles and scales, if I'd learned why it was there, what it wanted. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. I keep my doors locked. I don't go into basements anymore. And when people ask me why I broke my lease, why I moved so suddenly, I tell them there were problems with the plumbing. It's easier that way. Simpler. But every now and then, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexpected sound, my heart starts racing. My palms get sweaty. And for a split second I smell wet leather and rotting meat. I know it's just my imagination. Has to be. But I keep a packed bag in my closet anyway, just in case. Because I learned something that night in the basement. Sometimes the things we tell ourselves can't be real are. And sometimes the only thing you can do is run. The police never found an explanation for what happened. The landlord hired someone to fix the basement door and clean up the mess. The house is occupied again now. I drive by sometimes, even though I tell myself not to. The lights are always on after dark. Every single one. Like whoever lives there now is trying to keep something away. Something that lives in the darkness. Something that comes out when it rains. I should stop checking. Stop driving by. Stop thinking about it. But I can't. Because I know what's down there. And I know that sooner or later, on another rainy night, someone else will hear those sounds coming from the basement. They'll go down those stairs with a flashlight, thinking it's just their imagination. Just the rain. Just the old house settling. And maybe they'll get lucky like I did. Maybe they'll run fast enough, or maybe... I try not to think about the maybe. I try not to think about the basement at all. But sometimes, when the rain is heavy and the wind is strong, I find myself wondering about those long fingers. Those too many joints. That smell. And I wonder if somewhere, in that basement, it's wondering about me too. The next morning after it happened, after I'd checked out of the hotel, I went back to the house with 2 police officers to get some of my things. The basement door was still broken, hanging off its hinges. The floor was dry now, but there were marks on the concrete, long scratches that hadn't been there before. And in one corner behind the workbench where I'd first seen it rise up, we found something else. A hole in the wall. Not broken through, but carefully carved or dissolved somehow. The edges were smooth like melted wax. It went deep into the foundation, disappearing into darkness. The officers shone their flashlights into it but couldn't see the end. They called in a building inspector. He said the hole shouldn't be possible, that the foundation was solid concrete 2 feet thick. Said he'd never seen anything like it. They sealed it up with concrete that afternoon. But sometimes I wonder if that was enough. If anything could really seal up a hole like that. The new tenants probably don't know about it. The landlord wouldn't tell them. Bad for business. They probably think the extra deadbolt on the basement door is for security. Probably think the scratches on the floor are from moving furniture. But I know better. I know what's down there. What's waiting. And sometimes, on nights like tonight, when the rain is pounding against my windows and the wind is howling. I think about those new tenants. I think about that hole in the basement wall, and I wonder if the concrete they used to seal it is still holding. I wonder if they check it, like I would if I still lived there. I wonder if they notice when the rain starts, if they hear the sounds from below. I wonder if they know how lucky they are. Each morning they wake up and everything is normal. Because I know the truth now. I know that sometimes the things that go bump in the night are real. Sometimes they have too many fingers and smell like wet leather and rotting meat. Sometimes they live in basements and wait for rainy nights. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, you get away. You get to live in a third-floor apartment with no basement and tell yourself it was all just your imagination. But you never really believe it. You never really forget. And you never ever go into basements again. I saw the out-of-order sign on elevator B as I walked into work that morning. Great. That meant everyone would be cramming into elevator A, making the usual Monday morning rush even worse. I stood in the lobby of Morton Financial checking my watch. 8:47 a.m., running late for the 9 a.m. meeting where I was supposed to present the quarterly numbers. I joined the crowd waiting for elevator A, clutching my leather briefcase and the cardboard cup of coffee I'd grabbed from the cart outside. The doors opened with their usual ding and people shuffled out. I pushed my way in with 4 others, jabbing the button for floor 23. A woman in a blue blazer hit 15, and a guy in khakis pressed 19. The doors were about to close when a hand shot through the gap. The sensors caught it and the doors slid back open. A tall man in a dark coat stepped in. He moved to the back corner without pressing any buttons. Something about him felt off. His clothes looked worn and wrinkled like he'd been wearing them for days. His hair was disheveled and his eyes, there was something vacant about them. I took another sip of coffee, trying not to stare. The elevator started its ascent, humming as it passed each floor. Floor 3, 4, 5. The fluorescent lights flickered slightly. At floor 8, the elevator shuddered. The lights flickered again, more violently this time. My stomach lurched as the car jolted to a stop between floors. The emergency lights kicked on, casting everything in a dim red glow. "You've got to be kidding me," the woman in the blazer muttered. She pressed the emergency call button. A tinny voice crackled through the speaker. "This is building security. Is everyone all right?" "We're stuck between floors," she replied. "The elevator just stopped. We're aware of the situation and contacting maintenance now. Please remain calm. Help will arrive shortly." I checked my phone. No signal, of course. Looking around, I saw the others doing the same thing. All except the man in the corner. He hadn't moved or said anything since getting on. He just stood there, staring straight ahead. Minutes passed. The woman made small talk with the guy in khakis about which floors they worked on. I loosened my tie, already feeling the air getting stuffy. The fourth person, an older man with gray hair, sat down on the floor with his back against the wall. That's when I noticed the tall man in the corner had shifted his gaze. He was staring directly at me now. His eyes were wide and unblinking. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I tried to look away, but I could feel his eyes boring into me. Then he started mumbling. At first it was so quiet I could barely hear it. Just a low, continuous stream of words I couldn't make out. The others seemed oblivious to it. The woman and khaki guy were still chatting. The older man had closed his eyes, maybe trying to nap. The mumbling grew louder. I still couldn't understand the words, but there was something wrong about the sound. It didn't sound like English or any language I recognized. The rhythm was off, unnatural. Did maintenance say how long this would take? I asked, trying to break the tension I felt building inside me. The woman pressed the call button again. No response this time. She pressed it again. Still nothing. The mumbling got louder. Now it was clearly audible to everyone. The woman stopped mid-sentence and turned to look at the corner. The man in khakis took a step back, bumping into the wall. That's when another person appeared in the elevator. I don't mean they suddenly jumped out or that I hadn't noticed them before. One moment the space next to the mumbling man was empty, and the next moment someone was standing there. A woman in a white dress, her dark hair hanging down over her face. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks in the dim red light. But she was still there. Where? Where did you come from? The woman in the blazer asked, her voice shaking. The woman in white didn't respond. She stood motionless next to the mumbling man. Then she slowly raised her head, her hair falling away from her face. Her eyes were completely black, like empty sockets. The older man scrambled to his feet. He started pounding on the elevator doors, screaming for help. The woman in the blazer pressed herself into the opposite corner, holding her purse in front of her like a shield. More figures appeared. They filled in the spaces between us, materializing out of nowhere. Men and women in outdated clothes, all with those same black eyes. Some had wounds I couldn't bear to look at. Others appeared partially transparent, like smudges in the air. The mumbling grew to a fever pitch. It wasn't coming just from the tall man anymore. All of them were doing it now, their voices overlapping in that strange, arrhythmic chant. The temperature in the elevator plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The older man collapsed. The woman in the blazer screamed, then went silent, her eyes rolling back in her head. The man in khakis pressed himself against the wall, hyperventilating. I couldn't move. My muscles had locked up, every instinct screaming at me to run, but with nowhere to go. The figures pressed closer. I felt cold hands touching my face, my arms, my chest. The mumbling filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. The tall man in the corner finally moved. He took a step toward me, his face splitting into a grin that was too wide, showing too many teeth. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. The cold was unbearable now, seeping into my bones. The last thing I saw was that impossibly wide grin getting closer, closer. I woke up to the sound of metal grinding against metal. Bright light hit my eyes as the elevator doors were forced open. Multiple flashlight beams swept across my face. "We've got a live one," someone shouted. I was lying on the elevator floor. My clothes were soaked with sweat, but I was shivering violently. A firefighter knelt next to me, checking my pulse. "Sir, can you hear me? Can you tell me your name?" I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. I looked around the elevator. It was empty except for me. No sign of the others. Not the business people who'd gotten on with me. Not the tall man in the corner. Not the strange figures that had appeared. "The others," I managed to croak. "Where are the others?" The firefighter looked confused. "Sir, you were alone when we got here. Building security said the camera showed only one person in the elevator when it stopped." "That's impossible. There were 5 of us." Then more came. My voice trailed off as I saw the firefighters exchanging concerned looks. They helped me out of the elevator. I was still shaking, barely able to stand. The lobby was full of people. Paramedics, police officers, curious onlookers from the office. Someone draped a blanket over my shoulders and led me to a waiting ambulance. I heard the police questioning the security guard. "How long was he in there?" "Camera feed shows the elevator stopped at 8:53 a.m. We couldn't get it moving again, so we called you guys around 9:15. 22 minutes. I'd only been in there for 22 minutes. It had felt like hours. They took me to the hospital for observation. My body temperature was several degrees below normal, but they couldn't find anything else wrong with me. The doctors suggested stress and panic had caused hallucinations. The police searched the building but found no trace of the other passengers I described. I took 2 weeks off work. When I came back, I started taking the stairs, even though my office was on the 23rd floor. Better to arrive sweaty and out of breath than risk getting on that elevator again. But sometimes when I pass by elevator A, I catch a glimpse of movement in the reflection of its steel doors. A tall figure standing in the corner. And in the quiet moments, when the office is almost empty, I swear I can hear that mumbling, that strange rhythmic chant that makes no sense in any human language. I've asked around about the building's history. No one talks about it officially, but I've heard stories. Stories about people going missing in that elevator over the years. About maintenance workers finding strange marks on the walls during inspections. About security cameras catching impossible images in the middle of the night. The out of order sign appeared on elevator A last week. I watched them put yellow caution tape across the doors. But at night, when the cleaning crew is gone and the floors are empty, I sometimes hear the mechanisms whirring, the cables moving. And if you stand in the lobby long enough, you might hear a ding, and the doors will slide open to an empty car. Just don't get in, especially if you see a tall man standing in the corner staring at you with those empty eyes. Because if you do, you might find out where those other passengers went. The ones who disappeared that day, leaving me alone in that elevator with nothing but questions and the lingering echo of that inhuman mumbling in my dreams. The police never found any trace of them. The security footage only showed me entering the elevator that morning. According to the official report, I was alone the entire time. But I know what I saw. I know what happened in those 22 minutes that felt like an eternity. Sometimes I think about the woman in the blazer, the man in khakis, and the older man with gray hair. I wonder if they're still there, trapped between floors with those things that appeared out of nowhere. I wonder if they're part of that impossible crowd now, appearing to new passengers, mumbling those strange words. Most of all, I wonder about the tall man who got on last. Was he one of them all along? Was he the one who brought the others? Or was he just like me, another passenger who encountered something impossible in that elevator but didn't make it out? I'll never know the answers. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination like the doctor said. But every morning when I climb those 23 flights of stairs, I hear the distant sound of elevator cables moving, of doors opening and closing. And sometimes, just sometimes, I hear something else. A quiet mumbling that echoes up the stairwell, speaking words that no human mouth was meant to form. I've thought about finding another job, moving to a building without elevators. But deep down, I know it wouldn't matter. Whatever I encountered that day, whatever exists in that space between floors, it's not confined to one elevator in one building. It's everywhere, waiting in those metal boxes we trust to carry us up and down every day, waiting for the right moment, the right passenger. So take the stairs, watch the reflections in those steel doors. And if you ever find yourself in an elevator with a tall man who won't stop staring, get out. Get out before the lights flicker, before the car shudders to a stop, before the mumbling starts. Get out before you discover what waits in that space between floors, where the normal rules of our world don't apply, and where some passengers never reach their destination. Because sometimes, the worst part isn't what you see in that red emergency lighting. It's not the cold hands or the black eyes or the impossible appearances. The worst part is surviving, walking away, and spending the rest of your life knowing that they're still there, still waiting, still mumbling those words that no one was ever meant to hear. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if I really did survive. If this life I'm living now isn't just another kind of elevator, another kind of between space, where I only think I escaped. Because ever since that day, nothing has felt quite real. The world seems slightly off, like a picture hanging crooked on a wall. And in every reflection, in every quiet moment, I'm back there in that elevator listening to that mumbling grow louder and louder, waiting for those figures to appear. But I'll never know for sure. All I can do is take the stairs, avoid the reflections, and try not to think about what's waiting in those metal boxes, riding up and down, carrying passengers to destinations they never intended to reach. I shouldn't have stayed so late at the office that night. That's what everyone says after something goes wrong, right? But I really shouldn't have. I knew something was off the moment I heard those sounds. It was 11:47 p.m. when it started. I remember checking my phone right before. The office was dead quiet except for the hum of the AC and my keyboard clicking. I was the only one left on the 14th floor of the Morton building, trying to finish the Wilson account reports before tomorrow's deadline. The first noise was a scraping sound, like a chair being dragged across the floor, but slower. It came from down the hall, from conference room C. My fingers froze over the keyboard. That room was always locked after 6 p.m., building policy. I'd worked here 5 years and never seen it open after hours. The scraping stopped. I held my breath and listened. Nothing but the AC. Back to work. I had 3 more spreadsheets to go through. Then it came again, louder this time. A long, drawn-out screech of metal on tile. My hands started sweating. I wiped them on my pants and tried to focus on the screen. Probably just the building settling. Old buildings make weird noises at night. A thump, heavy, like something solid hitting the floor. Then another scrape. My heart rate picked up. I could feel it pounding in my neck. The maintenance guys didn't work this late. Security did their rounds on the hour, and it was too early for the midnight check. Another thump. Then the sound of papers rustling. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the empty office. No response. I stood up slowly, my chair squeaking. The sound echoed off the cubicle walls. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows. During the day, this was a normal office. At night, everything looked wrong. The shapes were too sharp, the shadows too dark. My dress shoes clicked on the tile as I walked toward conference room C. The sound seemed too loud. Each step announced my presence. I passed empty cubicles, dark computer screens, family photos of strangers staring at nothing. The noises had stopped. The hallway stretched ahead, lined with closed doors. Conference room C was at the end, its frosted glass dark. My palms were slick with sweat. I wiped them again. 20 feet from the door, I could see my reflection in the glass, distorted by the frost pattern. The nameplate beside the door read, "Conference Room C, maximum capacity 30." Below that, the red LED on the electronic lock glowed steadily. Another scrape from inside. My stomach clenched. "Security?" I called. No answer. I reached for my phone to call the front desk. My hand shook as I pulled it out. No signal. There was never any signal in this part of the building. Something about the construction materials. 15 feet from the door. Close enough to see it was still firmly closed. The lock light stayed red. I could hear my own breathing, too fast and shallow. A bang from inside made me jump. Then the sound of a chair toppling over. "Who's in there?" I raised my voice, trying to sound authoritative. It came out higher than I intended. Silence. I took another step. My shoe squeaked on the tile and I flinched. 10 feet away now. Close enough to see there were no lights on inside. The room was completely dark. But something moved behind the frosted glass. A shadow, darker than the darkness around it. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back, cold against my skin. I should go back to my desk, call security from my desk phone, let them handle it. I started to turn around. The shadow moved again. Then a sound like fingernails dragging down the inside of the door. Slow, deliberate. My legs wouldn't move. The scratching continued, moving from top to bottom. Then silence. 5 feet from the door, close enough to touch it. I reached for the handle with a trembling hand. It was cold, ice cold. The metal seemed to burn against my palm. I tried it. Locked. Of course it was locked. It was always locked after 6 p.m. But something was in there. Something that shouldn't be there. I pressed my ear against the door. The glass was cold too, like pressing against a block of ice. I held my breath and listened. Nothing at first. Then, so quiet I almost missed it, the sound of breathing. Not my breathing. This came from inside. Slow and raspy, like something was wrong with the lungs making the sound. I jerked away from the door. My heart was trying to punch its way out of my chest. "I'm calling security," I said loudly. My voice cracked. The breathing stopped. I fumbled in my pocket for my keycard. Every employee had access to the conference rooms during business hours. I knew it wouldn't work now, but I had to check. Had to be sure. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the card. I held it up to the reader. The red light stayed red. The lock didn't click. Something scraped across the floor inside, moving closer to the door. The shadow behind the frosted glass grew darker, larger. I stumbled backward. My heel caught on nothing and I almost fell. A thud against the door, like something heavy leaning against it. The scratching started again. Not on the glass this time, on the metal around the lock. The sound of something sharp working at the mechanism. I turned and ran. My footsteps echoed through the empty office, past the cubicles, past my desk, toward the elevator. I jabbed the down button repeatedly, my finger slipping on the plastic. Behind me, a click. The sound of a door opening. The elevator didn't come. I hit the button again. Again. The display showed it was on the 3rd floor, not moving. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, dragging footsteps. I ran for the stairs, yanked the door open. The stairwell was dark. Emergency lights cast a sickly green glow every few landings. I started down, taking the stairs 2 at a time. My dress shoes slipped on the concrete. I grabbed the railing to keep from falling. Above me, the door opened again. The footsteps entered the stairwell. I ran faster. My lungs burned. Sweat soaked through my shirt. 13 flights to go. The footsteps followed, getting closer. The dragging sound echoed off the walls, distorting, multiplying. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. 12 flights. 11. My legs ached. I couldn't get enough air. The footsteps were right above me now. I could hear the breathing again. That wet, raspy sound. 10 flights. 9. The emergency lights flickered. Something grabbed the back of my jacket. Cold fingers brushed my neck. I screamed and jerked away. The fabric tore. I lost my footing and fell, tumbling down half a flight of stairs. Pain shot through my shoulder as I hit the landing. I scrambled to my feet. Didn't look back. Just ran. 8 flights. 7. 6. The lights went out completely. I ran in darkness, one hand on the rail, the other out in front of me. My shoulder throbbed. Each breath felt like inhaling fire. The footsteps kept coming. Closer, closer, 5 flights, 4. A light flickered on above me. I looked up. I wish I hadn't. 3 flights, 2. My legs were rubber. I couldn't feel my feet. The lobby door was just ahead. I slammed into it at full speed, bursting out into the fluorescent-lit lobby. The night security guard looked up from his desk, startled. "Sir, are you all right?" I pointed at the stairwell door, trying to speak. No words came out, just ragged gasps. The guard stood up, reaching for his radio. The door swung shut behind me. "Sir, what happened?" I finally found my voice. "Conference room C," I wheezed. Someone... The guard was already moving, radio in hand. "Stay here," he said. He drew his flashlight and headed for the elevator. I collapsed into one of the lobby chairs, trembling. My shoulders screamed in pain. I could feel bruises forming where I'd hit the stairs. 10 minutes later, the guard came back down. 2 more security officers were with him. "We checked the entire floor," he said. "Conference room C was locked. No signs of entry. All other rooms secure. But I heard..." I started. "No one up there, sir. We looked everywhere." "You sure you weren't just working too hard? Sometimes when people are tired..." I didn't go back to my desk that night. Left my laptop, my phone, everything. Called in sick the next day. When I finally went back 2 days later, everything was normal. Conference room C was locked like always. No scratches on the door. No marks on the lock. I requested a transfer to our downtown office the next week. Got approved the same day. I work on the 2nd floor now. Never stay past 6. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear that dragging sound. Still feel those cold fingers on my neck. And I still wonder what I would have seen if I'd looked through that frosted glass, if I'd seen what was really in conference room C that night. I don't work late anymore. Some questions are better left unanswered, They still use that conference room. I checked. Regular meetings, client presentations, the usual. No one's reported anything strange, but I know what I heard, what I felt. And sometimes, when I drive past the Morton building at night, I look up at the 14th floor. Most of the windows are dark, except for conference room C. Sometimes, just sometimes, I see a shadow moving behind those windows, a darker shape against the darkness. I don't look up anymore when I drive past. Don't stay late at the new office. Don't use conference rooms if I can help it. Some people say I'm being ridiculous, that I imagined the whole thing. Stress, exhaustion, an overactive imagination. Maybe they're right, but I know what I heard in that hallway. What followed me down those stairs, and I know that conference room C is still there, still locked after 6 p.m., waiting. Three sharp knocks jolted me from sleep at 2:47 a.m. The sound came from the back door, not the front where visitors usually knocked. I sat up in bed, my heart already pounding. Our neighborhood hadn't had a break-in for 5 years, but I remembered every detail of the last one. I waited, listening. The house creaked its usual noises. The dishwasher hummed downstairs, nearly finished with its cycle. My wife's side of the bed was empty. She was away at her sister's for the week. A car passed on the street outside, its headlights sweeping across the bedroom ceiling. Then it came again. One soft knock, like someone tapping with their knuckle, trying not to make too much noise. I got up, my bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor. The digital clock's red numbers cast a dim glow. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and turned on the flashlight. The beam lit up the hallway as I moved toward the stairs. My throat felt dry. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air. I touched the banister, feeling the smooth wood under my palm as I descended. Each step creaked slightly under my weight. The kitchen windows were dark rectangles against the walls. Moonlight filtered through the blinds, creating pale stripes on the tile floor. The dishwasher clicked as it entered its final rinse cycle. I approached the back door slowly. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch. Bright fluorescent light flooded the kitchen, momentarily blinding me. I blinked hard. The door had a small window at eye level, its glass divided into 9 squares by white muntins. I stepped closer, my heart hammering against my ribs. My breath came in short gasps. A figure stood motionless on the other side of the door. Their face was turned down, hidden by the brim of a dark baseball cap. They wore a gray hoodie, hands tucked into the front pocket. They didn't move or look up when the light came on. My fingers fumbled with my phone as I tried to dial 911. The phone slipped from my sweaty grip and clattered on the floor. The sound seemed deafening in the quiet house. The figure's head snapped up. I froze. The face behind the glass was young, female. Her skin was pale, almost gray. Dark circles ringed her eyes. A thin line of dried blood ran from her nose down to her chin. She stared at me without blinking. Her lips moved, but I couldn't hear what she was saying through the door. I bent down slowly, keeping my eyes on her, and retrieved my phone. My hands trembled as I unlocked it. She pressed her palm against the glass. Her fingers were dirty, the nails broken and caked with something dark. Her mouth kept moving, forming the same words over and over. I stepped back, my shoulder blades hitting the refrigerator. The magnetic letters spelled out grocery list behind my head. One fell off and hit the floor with a small plastic click. The girl's expression didn't change. She kept mouthing words, her hand still pressed against the window. A car drove by on the street out front, its engine sound rising and falling. I looked down at my phone screen, trying to focus enough to dial. When I looked back up, she had moved closer to the glass. Her breath fogged the pain around her mouth. Now I could read her lips. Please let me in. My throat constricted. I managed to dial 911, my thumb leaving a smear of sweat on the screen. The phone began to ring. She knocked again, 3 soft taps. Her knuckles left smudges on the glass. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice seemed too loud in the quiet kitchen. I struggled to keep my voice steady. There's someone at my back door. A girl. She's trying to get in. Is she trying to break in? No, she's just standing there, knocking. She looks hurt. What's your address, sir? I gave them my address, watching as the girl tilted her head slightly. Her eyes never left my face. Officers are on their way. Stay on the line with me. Are all your doors and windows locked? I nodded, then realized the operator couldn't see me. Yes, they're locked. Good. Can you safely move to another room? The girl's free hand emerged from her hoodie pocket. She pressed it against the glass next to the first one. Both palms were scraped and bloody. I don't want to take my eyes off her, I said. That's fine, just stay where you are. Help is coming. Can you describe her? Young, maybe 20, wearing a gray hoodie and a baseball cap. She's hurt. There's blood. The girl's mouth moved again, different words this time. I leaned forward slightly, trying to read her lips. Behind you. Ice shot down my spine. I spun around. The kitchen was empty. The refrigerator hummed. Letters spelled out grocery lie. The final letters had fallen to the floor. Sir, are you still there? I turned back to the door. The girl was gone. She's gone, I told the operator. She just disappeared. Stay where you are. Officers should be there in less than 5 minutes. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to see into the darkness of the backyard. Motion sensor lights illuminated the deck and part of the lawn. Nothing moved in their harsh glare. A branch scraped against the side of the house. Wind chimes tinkled softly. Do you see her anywhere? The operator asked. No. The yard's empty. Can you see any signs of where she went? I squinted through the glass. The gate to the side yard stood open, swaying slightly in the breeze. I was sure I'd locked it earlier. Something dark dripped down the inside of the window. I stumbled backward. The liquid was thick, nearly black in the fluorescent light. It oozed down the glass, leaving trails like tear tracks. Sir, what's happening? More drops appeared, seeping through the edges of the window frame. They ran down the white paint of the door, collecting in small pools on the tile floor. The smell hit me, metallic and sharp. Blood. I backed away until I hit the kitchen island. My hands gripped the cold granite edge. Red and blue lights flashed through the front windows, reflecting off the kitchen walls. A car door slammed. Officers are there, the operator said. I'm going to disconnect now. They'll knock on your front door. The call ended. I stood in the kitchen, watching the blood drip down the back door. Each drop made a soft pat sound as it hit the growing puddle on the floor. Heavy footsteps approached my front porch. A solid knock echoed through the house. Police, anyone home? My legs felt weak as I walked to the front door. I flipped on the porch light and opened it with shaking hands. 2 officers stood there, hands resting casually on their belts. The younger one held a flashlight. We got a call about someone at your back door, the older officer said. I nodded. Yes, a girl. She was just there, but she disappeared. But now there's... I gestured toward the kitchen. You need to see this. They followed me through the house. Their boots squeaked on the hardwood floors. I stopped at the kitchen entrance and pointed at the back door. The door was clean. No blood, no drips. The window was clear, reflecting the kitchen lights. She was right there, I said. There was blood coming through the window frame. The younger officer walked to the door and shined his flashlight through the glass. Yards clear, gates closed. It was open before. I saw it. The older officer studied my face. Had anything to drink tonight, sir? No, I was sleeping. The knocking woke me up. They checked the door's lock, then walked through the house, flashlight beams sweeping across walls and into corners. They found nothing. No signs of attempted entry, the older officer said. No footprints on the deck. You sure about what you saw? I stood in the kitchen, staring at the clean door and spotless floor. I know what I saw. They left their card, told me to call if anything else happened. I watched through the front window as their patrol car pulled away, red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. The house felt different now. Bigger, emptier. Every shadow seemed deeper. I checked all the doors and windows again. Locked. The back gate was secured with its padlock. The motion lights showed an empty yard. My phone said 3:36 a.m. Too early to call my wife. Too late to call anyone else. I made coffee, my hands still shaking slightly. The familiar routine helped. Measuring the grounds, filling the water reservoir, pressing the brew button. The machine gurgled and steamed. I couldn't go back upstairs. Not yet. I sat at the kitchen island, facing the back door, and wrapped my hands around a hot mug. The coffee maker clicked off. The dishwasher had finished its cycle. The house settled into silence. A soft tap came from behind me. I turned slowly, already knowing what I would see. The girl stood at the kitchen window over the sink. Her face was pressed against the glass, breath fogging the pane. Both hands splayed on either side of her head, fingers leaving bloody prints. Her lips moved. "Let me in." I knocked my mug over as I stumbled back. Hot coffee spread across the counter and dripped onto the floor. She was at the next window now, then the next, moving impossibly fast. Her face appeared at each pane, mouth forming the same words over and over. I ran. Through the living room, up the stairs, taking them two at a time. My feet slipped on the carpet runner. In my bedroom, I slammed the door and turned the lock. Sweat soaked my t-shirt. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from my bedroom window. I couldn't stop myself from looking. She hung upside down outside the second-story window, her face level with mine. The baseball cap was gone. Her dark hair hung straight down, swaying slightly. She smiled, showing blood-stained teeth. I ripped the curtains closed and pressed my back against the wall. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The tapping moved around the room, window to window. I couldn't tell if she was actually moving or if the sound was coming from everywhere at once. My phone was still in my hand. I managed to pull up my recent calls through blurred vision. The police dispatcher answered on the first ring. "She's back," I gasped. "She's outside my windows, second floor. Units are already on their way," the dispatcher said. "Stay on the line." The tapping stopped. Silence pressed against my ears. I heard my own ragged breathing, the blood rushing in my temples. "Hello?" The voice came from right outside my bedroom door. Young. Female. Slightly muffled. "I can come in now." The doorknob slowly began to turn. I lunged forward and grabbed it, holding it in place. The metal was ice cold under my palm. "Officers are 3 minutes out," the dispatcher said. The door shuddered as something hit it from the other side. The frame creaked. Another impact. Harder. The door bucked in its frame. I braced my shoulder against it, feet sliding on the carpet. The doorknob burned cold in my grip. Bang. The door shook so hard my teeth rattled. 1 minute out, the dispatcher said. "Help is almost there." Something wet seeped under the door, soaking into the carpet. Dark liquid spread across the white fibers. The doorknob went still in my hand. Silence again. Red and blue lights strobed through the curtains. Car doors slammed outside. I kept my weight against the door, listening. Nothing. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. "Police, where are you?" "Here," my voice cracked. "Bedroom." "Step away from the door, sir." I released the doorknob and moved back. My hand was stiff from gripping it. The door burst open. 2 officers entered, guns drawn. Different ones from before. They cleared the room, checked the windows, looked in the closet and bathroom. Found nothing. I pointed at the carpet. Blood. There was blood coming under the door. The carpet was clean, dry, no stains. One officer radioed for paramedics to check me out. The other asked questions I could barely focus on. Had I been under unusual stress? Taking any medications? When did I last sleep? The paramedics found my blood pressure high, pulse elevated, everything else normal. They suggested I go to the hospital. I refused. The police searched the entire house again. No signs of intrusion. No blood. No evidence anyone had been there. They left as dawn began to lighten the sky. I sat on my bed watching the shadows fade. My wife called at 7:30, her usual morning check-in. "Everything okay?" she asked. "You sound strange." I stared at the back door through my bedroom window. Normal, clean, closed. "Fine," I said. "Everything's fine. When are you coming home?" "Tomorrow night, like we planned. Sure you're okay?" The sun lit up the kitchen windows downstairs. No faces, no bloody handprints. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. We said goodbye. I kept watching the door. The morning passed. I didn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. At noon, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Thank you for letting me in." I dropped the phone. It bounced on the carpet. Another text came through. "See you tonight." I'm writing this now, sitting in my car in a parking lot across town. The sun is setting. Soon it will be dark. I don't know if I imagined everything. The doctors at the urgent care clinic found nothing wrong with me. No drugs in my system. No sign of mental illness. But I know I can't go home tonight. My phone buzzes. A new text. "I followed you." I look in the rearview mirror. She's in the back seat. She smiles with blood-stained teeth. "Let me in," she says, but she's already here. The first message appeared 3 weeks ago. 6 words scratched into the steam on my bathroom mirror. "You need to lock your windows." I hadn't written them. I live alone on the 12th floor. I stood there dripping wet, towel around my waist, staring at those words until the steam started to fade. My heart pounded against my ribs. I reached out and wiped them away with my palm, leaving streaks on the glass. Then I checked every window in my apartment. They were all locked, like always. I never opened them. I hate heights. I tried to forget about it. Weird condensation patterns, I told myself. My eyes playing tricks. But the next morning, after my shower, new words appeared. "They're watching you through the building across the street." I live in downtown Chicago, in one of those steel and glass apartment towers. My bathroom window faces another identical building about 50 yards away. Hundreds of windows, hundreds of apartments. I'd never paid much attention to them before. That morning, I called in sick to work. I spent hours watching the building across the street through my binoculars, trying to spot anyone suspicious. All I saw were office workers at their computers, cleaning staff moving between rooms, a few elderly residents watering plants on their balconies. Normal city life. The messages kept coming. Every morning, right after my shower, different words would appear in the steam. "Check your phone for spyware." "They know about the money." "Don't trust the building manager." I started taking photos of each message before wiping them away. I installed security cameras in every room. I changed all my passwords. I bought blackout curtains and kept them closed day and night. I stopped sleeping more than 2 or 3 hours at a time. The thing is, I don't have any money worth stealing. I work in IT support, make decent money but nothing special. My savings account barely breaks 5 figures. I've never done anything illegal or suspicious. I'm just a regular guy who likes video games and pizza and watching baseball. Last week, the messages got personal. "We know what happened to your sister Jenny." I dropped my towel when I read that one. Jenny disappeared 15 years ago, when she was 16 and I was 14. We never found out what happened to her. The police investigation went nowhere. My parents divorced over it. I haven't spoken to either of them in years. I wiped that message away so hard I cracked the mirror. 7 years of bad luck, but I already felt cursed. That night, I took apart my bathroom mirror, checking for hidden devices or cameras. Nothing. Just a normal mirror mounted on normal drywall. The next morning, ask your father about July 15th, 2009. July 15th, 2009, the day Jenny disappeared. I remember every detail of that day. The humid summer air, the sound of cicadas, Jenny arguing with our father at breakfast about staying out late the night before, her stomping up to her room, me playing video games in the basement. When I came up for dinner, she was gone. Her bed was made. Her phone was on her desk, powered off. No note, no signs of struggle. Just gone. I hadn't talked to my father since I moved out at 18, but that message got to me. I called him that night, hands shaking as I dialed his number. It went to voicemail. I tried again the next morning. Voicemail again. I looked him up online and discovered he'd moved to Florida 5 years ago. His current address was listed as a retirement community in Tampa. The messages continued. He's not in Florida. Check the basement of your old house. The police never found the right evidence. I took a week off work. Told my boss I had mono. I drove 6 hours to my hometown in Michigan, past rows of identical subdivisions until I reached the street where I grew up. The house looked smaller than I remembered. Different color siding, new windows, a basketball hoop in the driveway. A woman answered when I knocked, mid-40s, wearing yoga pants and holding a cup of coffee. I explained I used to live there, made up a story about writing a memoir, asked if I could see the basement for old time's sake. She looked suspicious but agreed when I offered her $100. The basement had been finished. New carpet, recessed lighting, a home theater setup. No sign of the bare concrete floors and exposed pipes I remembered. I asked if they'd done any major renovations. The woman said no. It was like this when they bought the place 8 years ago. That night in my hotel room, I researched the previous owners. The house had been sold 4 times since my family moved out. Building permits showed no major structural work. I was about to give up when I found something interesting. A news article from 2010 about a serial killer in northern Michigan. He'd buried his victims in the basements of homes he'd renovated through his construction business. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. I Googled the killer's name along with my old address. Nothing came up, but when I searched for his mugshot, my heart stopped. He looked exactly like my father. The next morning's message, "Now you're getting closer." I drove back to Chicago in a daze, pushing 90 on the interstate. My mind raced with possibilities. Was my father the killer? Did he know something about Jenny's disappearance? Was someone trying to tell me something or just messing with my head? When I got home, I found my apartment door unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. I stood in the hallway for 10 minutes, heart pounding, before working up the courage to go inside. Nothing was missing or disturbed, but there was a fresh message on the bathroom mirror, even though I hadn't showered. Check your email. I opened my laptop with trembling fingers. One new message sent from an account I didn't recognize. The subject line was, Jenny. The body contained only an address in Gary, Indiana, and today's date. I'm writing this now from my car, parked outside an abandoned warehouse in Gary. The address from the email. It's almost midnight. My palms are sweating on the steering wheel. My phone shows no signal. The street is empty except for a stray dog picking through garbage nearby. I've been sitting here for 2 hours trying to work up the courage to go inside. I bought a gun yesterday, a Glock 19. It's sitting on the passenger seat. I've never fired a gun before. My hands shake every time I touch it. A light just came on inside the warehouse. 2nd floor, 1 window. A silhouette moved past it. I can't tell if it's a man or a woman. My phone buzzed. New text message from an unknown number. She's waiting for you. I'm going in. I have to know. The gun is heavy in my jacket pocket. My footsteps echo on the cracked pavement as I approach the warehouse door. It's slightly ajar, rusty hinges creaking in the wind. The 1st floor is one huge room, empty except for broken pallets and graffiti-covered walls. Moonlight streams through broken windows. The air smells like mold and rat droppings. A metal staircase leads to the 2nd floor. Each step groans under my weight. My breathing sounds too loud in the silence. At the top of the stairs, a long hallway stretches into darkness. One door is open at the far end, yellow light spilling out. I grip the gun tighter, trying to remember what I learned from YouTube videos about proper stance and trigger discipline. My feet move forward on their own, 20 yards, 10 yards, 5. I reach the doorway. The room beyond is small, maybe 15 by 15 feet. Bare concrete walls, a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, and sitting in a metal folding chair in the center of the room, Jenny. She looks exactly the same as she did 15 years ago, 16 years old. Long brown hair, wearing the same Green Day t-shirt and ripped jeans she had on the day she disappeared. She's transparent, like a projection or a hologram. I can see the wall through her body. "Hi, little brother," she says. Her voice sounds distant, like it's coming through water. "I've been trying to reach you." I drop the gun. It clatters on the concrete floor. My legs give out and I sit down hard, staring at my sister's ghost. "How? What?" I can't form complete sentences. "I'm sorry about the messages," she says. "I had to get your attention somehow. It took me years to learn how to manipulate physical objects. The mirror was easiest. Water vapor is close to my state of being. Are you dead?" My voice cracks on the last word. She nods. "Since that day, July 15th, 2009. Dad?" Another nod. "He's buried 6 other girls in basements across Michigan. The police never connected the cases because he used different construction companies each time, different names. He's smart. Careful. Where is he now?" "Not in Florida," Jenny says. "He's in Detroit, still working construction, still hunting." My hands are shaking so bad I have to sit on them. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I tried. For years. But it's hard to break through to the physical world. It takes so much energy. And I had to wait until you were ready to believe." "What do you want me to do?" "Stop him," Jenny says. Her image flickers like a bad TV signal. "I can show you where the bodies are buried, where to find the evidence. But you have to help me. Help us. We can't rest until he's stopped." I pick up the gun. It feels heavier now, more real. "Tell me everything." Jenny's ghost tells me about the other girls, their names, their stories, how our father gained their trust, how he killed them, where he buried them. She gives me addresses, dates, details only the killer would know. I take notes on my phone, hands steadier now. This is real. This is happening. My sister's ghost is giving me evidence to catch a serial killer. Our father. "I have to go," Jenny says. Her image is fading. "It takes too much energy to maintain this form, but I'll keep leaving you messages. Follow them. And Marcus? Yeah? Be careful. He knows you're looking into him now. He's watching you too." She disappears, leaving me alone in the empty room. I sit there until dawn, gun in my lap, thinking about what comes next. About justice and revenge and family secrets. About a teenage girl frozen in time trying to reach through the veil to expose a monster. When I get home, there's a new message on my mirror, even though I haven't showered. "It begins now." I wipe it away and start packing. I have addresses to check, evidence to gather, a father to find. And somewhere in Michigan, 6 families who deserve to know what happened to their daughters. The next message will come tomorrow, and the next, and the next, until this is finished, until Jenny can rest, until they all can rest. I check my gun, making sure it's loaded. Outside my window, the city is waking up. Traffic noise filters up 12 stories. The sun reflects off the building across the street. Hundreds of windows staring back at me like empty eyes. Somewhere out there, my father is watching. Waiting. But he's not the only one watching anymore. And thanks to Jenny, I finally know where to look. The hunt begins today. And this time, the prey doesn't know he's being hunted. The thuds above my head made the ceiling lamp sway. I sat up straight in my armchair, my TV remote dropping to the floor. The footsteps moved across my roof with deliberate, heavy steps. Someone was up there. I live alone in a single-story house on the outskirts of Portland. The nearest neighbor is half a mile away. The wind howled outside, rattling my windows, but those sounds weren't wind. I know what wind sounds like on my roof after 15 years in this house. My hands gripped the arms of my chair as another thud came from above. The steps moved toward the back of the house where my ladder leans against the wall. I always keep it there for cleaning the gutters. My throat went dry. The clock on the wall showed 11:47 p.m. I stood up, my legs shaky. The hardwood floor creaked under my feet as I walked to the kitchen. My fingers wrapped around the handle of my largest knife, a 10-inch chef's knife I use for cutting meat. The steel felt cold and solid in my palm. The wind whipped harder outside, making the trees scrape against my windows. But above that, I heard it, the distinct sound of my ladder scraping against the house siding. Someone was using it. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat made my t-shirt stick to my back despite the cold. I had two choices: call the police and wait, or check it out myself. The closest station was 20 minutes away. By then, whoever was up there could be gone, or inside my house. I walked to my back door, each step careful and silent on the floor. The knife handle was slippery in my sweating palm. I wiped my hand on my jeans and gripped it tighter. My other hand found the flashlight I keep by the door. The back porch light cast yellow squares on my lawn through the window. The ladder's shadow stretched across the grass, tilted at an angle against my roof. No other shadows moved. I pressed my ear against the door. The wind rushed past, but I couldn't hear footsteps anymore. My jaw clenched so tight it hurt. I turned the deadbolt slowly, trying to minimize the click. The door hinges squeaked as I pulled it open. I'd been meaning to oil them for months. Cold air hit my face. The wind yanked at my clothes and hair. Fallen leaves skittered across my porch. I swept the flashlight beam across my backyard. Empty. The beam traced up the ladder to the edge of my roof. Also empty. My throat tightened as I stepped onto the porch. The wooden boards felt ice cold through my socks. I hadn't even thought to put on shoes. The ladder rattled against the house in the wind. I moved the flashlight beam back and forth across the roof's edge. Nothing moved up there. The rational part of my brain said to go back inside, call the police, wait safely. But my feet carried me forward. The first rung of the ladder was freezing against my hands as I set down the flashlight and knife. I couldn't climb with both. After a moment's hesitation, I picked up the knife again. I could come back for the light. The ladder shook with each step as I climbed. Wind pushed against my back. My socks slipped on the metal rungs. Halfway up, I stopped and listened. Just the wind. No footsteps. No voices. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. My head cleared the roof's edge. In the dark, the shingles looked like rows of scales. The wind was stronger up here, trying to push me off the ladder. I grabbed the gutter to steady myself. The metal dented under my grip. I pulled myself onto the roof, moving slow and careful. The shingles scraped my palms and knees as I crawled up the slope. At the peak, I straddled the ridge and looked around. The knife's blade reflected the distant streetlight. My roof has two main sections that meet in the middle. From this height, I could see my whole yard, my driveway, the empty road beyond. The wind rippled through the trees. A neighbor's porch light glowed through the forest. Everything looked normal. I turned to check the other side of the roof. That's when I saw it. Near the chimney, a dark shape lay on the shingles. My chest went tight. I started crawling toward it, the knife extended in front of me. As I got closer, I could make out more detail. It was a backpack, black or dark blue, medium-sized, the kind you'd use for hiking or camping. It wasn't mine. I'd never seen it before. My hands shook as I reached for the bag. The zipper was partially open. Inside, I felt something hard and rectangular. I pulled it out, a laptop computer, new and expensive looking. Also not mine. The wind gusted hard, almost knocking me over. I grabbed the chimney to steady myself. My sock feet slipped on the shingles. The knife clattered against the roof and started sliding. I lunged and caught it before it could fall off the edge. That's when I heard the crunch of gravel in my driveway. I pressed myself flat against the roof, heart hammering. Footsteps approached my house. Multiple sets. They weren't trying to be quiet anymore. A beam of light swept across my front yard. Then another. Flashlights. Male voices carried on the wind. The signal's still coming from here. Check around back. He has to be close. I lay completely still, barely breathing. The beams of light moved toward my backyard. They'd find the ladder. They'd know someone was up here. I looked at the laptop in my hands. A small LED blinked on its surface, some kind of tracking device. I was holding stolen property, and the thieves had come back for it. My mind raced. I could try to climb down the far side of the roof, maybe jump to the ground. But they'd hear me. I could call 911, but my phone was inside. I could throw the laptop into the woods, but the tracker would lead them there. The voices grew closer. Their flashlights illuminated my ladder. Up there. Someone's been up there. Watch the front. He might try to run. Heavy footsteps on my back porch. The ladder rattled. They were climbing up. I made my decision. Moving as quietly as possible, I crawled to the other side of the chimney. The laptop went into the backpack. I hugged both close to my chest along with the knife. A head appeared over the roof's edge. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness. I held my breath. Nothing here, the man called down. Wait, there's something by the chimney. The beam moved closer. I pressed harder against the bricks. Another man climbed onto the roof. Spread out, check everywhere. Their footsteps crunched on the shingles, getting closer. The wind covered some of the sound, but not enough. My palms were sweating again. The knife felt slick in my grip. A beam of light passed inches from my shoes. I pulled my feet in tighter. Hey, one of them shouted. He'd seen me. I exploded into motion. Launching away from the chimney, I sprinted down the slope of the roof. Their shouts followed me. Flashlight beams swung wild. The shingles tore at my socks. The roof edge approached fast, too fast. I couldn't stop. I hugged the backpack to my chest and jumped. The fall lasted forever and no time at all. The ground rushed up. I hit the grass hard, rolling to absorb the impact. Pain shot through my shoulder and hip, but I was moving, running, before my brain could process the landing. Shouts behind me, running footsteps. I sprinted across my backyard toward the trees. Branches whipped my face. Rocks and sticks stabbed my feet through my shredded socks. A flashlight beam caught me. A gunshot cracked through the night. Bark exploded from a tree trunk beside my head. I ran harder, deeper into the woods. The ground sloped down toward the creek that runs behind my property. The backpack bounced against my ribs with each step. The knife was still somehow in my hand. More shots, more shouting, but farther away now. The trees were thicker here, harder to follow someone through. I knew these woods. I'd walked them for years. They didn't. I splashed through the creek, the icy water soaking my feet. Up the far bank, through more trees. My lungs burned, my legs trembled, but I kept running. After what felt like hours, I stopped to listen. Nothing but wind in the trees. No flashlights, no footsteps, no voices. I was about a mile from my house, near the highway. My whole body shook from adrenaline and cold. My shoulder throbbed where I'd landed. My feet were bleeding. Looking inside the backpack again, I found more than just the laptop. There was a thick envelope full of cash, a handgun, a small bag of diamonds, and a USB drive labeled evidence. I knew I should go to the police, but something made me hesitate. Those men had been willing to kill over what was in this bag. They'd tracked it to my house. They knew where I lived. Instead, I started walking toward town. I needed to find somewhere safe, somewhere to look through what I'd found, somewhere to figure out exactly what I'd stumbled into. The wind followed me down the dark highway. Every passing car made me flinch, expecting flashlights and gunshots, but none came. I'd escaped, for now. But as I walked, One thought kept circling in my mind. Those footsteps on my roof hadn't been a random incident. Someone had deliberately hidden this bag there. My house had been chosen. The question was, why? My feet carried me forward through the night as I gripped the knife and backpack. The wind grew colder, and somewhere behind me I knew they were still searching. This wasn't over. It was just beginning. The lights of town grew closer with each step. I needed answers. I needed help. But most of all, I needed to survive long enough to figure out what I'd found on my roof that windy night, and why it was worth killing for. My socks were completely destroyed now, my feet numb from cold and cuts. But I kept walking. The weight of the backpack felt heavier with each step, filled with secrets I didn't understand. Not yet. Dawn was still hours away. A long night stretched ahead of me. And somewhere in that darkness, men with guns were hunting for what I carried. I touched the USB drive through the backpack's fabric. Evidence of what? The cash and diamonds hinted at something big, something dangerous. I'd been dragged into someone else's criminal world, all because of footsteps on my roof. A semi-truck roared past on the highway, its wake buffeting me with wind and road grit. I pulled deeper into the shadows of the roadside trees. 3 more miles to town, to people, to relative safety. My shoulder screamed with each step. The fall from the roof had done more damage than adrenaline initially let me feel. But I couldn't stop. Not yet. Not until I found somewhere secure. I thought of my house now probably being torn apart by those men as they searched. Everything I owned was there. My whole life. Would anything be left when I finally returned? If I returned. That thought sent a chill through me deeper than the wind. I'd seen their faces in the flashlight beams. They'd seen mine. This wasn't the kind of situation that ended with everyone walking away. The knife was heavy in my hand, the handle warm from my grip. I'd never used a weapon against another person. Never thought I would. But tonight had changed things. Tonight had changed me. Another mile down. 2 to go. My legs moved mechanically now, running on fumes and fear. The first hint of pre-dawn gray touched the eastern sky. I'd been moving for hours. A car slowed as it passed. I ducked behind a tree until it was gone. Friend or foe? Impossible to know. Trust had become a luxury I couldn't afford. The backpack's straps dug into my shoulders. Such a small thing to contain so much danger. Part of me wanted to throw it into the woods, go back to my normal life. But it was too late for that. I was involved now, whether I wanted to be or not. Lights appeared ahead, the outskirts of town, buildings, people, witnesses. The men with guns wouldn't be as bold here. I hoped. My feet found sidewalk instead of gravel. Street lamps cast pools of light I skirted around. A few early workers headed to their cars, wrapped in their normal lives. They didn't notice the man in torn socks carrying a knife. I needed somewhere to rest, to think, to examine what I'd found. But where? Hotels required ID. Friends would be checked. I had no cash except what was in the backpack, and I couldn't use that. A 24-hour diner appeared ahead. Light spilled from its windows onto the empty street. Warmth, coffee, a chance to plan my next move. I stashed the knife and backpack behind a dumpster in the alley. Couldn't walk in carrying those. My reflection in the diner's window showed a wild-eyed man with leaves in his hair and dirt on his face. I did my best to brush off. The bell chimed as I entered. An elderly waitress looked up from wiping tables. Her eyes widened slightly at my appearance, but she just gestured toward the counter. Coffee? I nodded, sinking onto a stool. The vinyl cover crackled under me. She poured a cup, steam rising. Rough night? You could say that. My hands shook as I lifted the mug. The coffee burned my tongue, but I didn't care. Heat spread through my chest. What now? The question pressed down on me like a physical weight. I couldn't go home. Couldn't go to friends. Couldn't trust the police until I knew what was on that USB drive. The waitress's TV played a morning news show. I stared at it without seeing, my mind spinning through options. Each one seemed worse than the last. Dawn crept over the town outside. Another day beginning. People heading to work, to school, to their normal lives. While I sat in a diner with stolen evidence and killers on my trail, all because of footsteps on my roof on a windy night. Funny how fast a normal life can shatter, how quickly everything can change. I ordered more coffee and tried to think. The day stretched ahead, full of dangers I couldn't yet see. But I was alive. I had what they wanted, and somehow I had to find a way forward. The coffee grew cold in my cup. Outside, the town woke up around me, and somewhere out there, men with guns were watching, waiting, searching. This was my life now, at least until I figured out what was on that USB drive. Until I understood why my house had been chosen. Until I found a way out of this mess. But first, I needed new socks. The waitress was starting to stare at my bloody feet. One step at a time. That's all I could manage right now. One step at a time.